Ladies and gentlemen, one word of announcement, please. Thank you once again for attending the 2020 Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum. We will begin shortly in about a couple of minutes, and we would kindly like to ask all of our panelists and staff who are still outside to enter the hall and take their seats. Also, to minimize any interruptions, we cordially ask all of our members to please turn off their mobile phones or switch them to silent mode throughout the process of the event. Thank you very much, and we will resume quickly. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2020 Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, and I've been granted the honor of being your MC for today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, good afternoon once again, and before we move on with our first session, I would like to deliver some housekeeping announcements. Our sessions will be delivered in English, but we also provide a simultaneous interpretation in both English and Korean. And for those of you who wish to watch us on English, please refer to the two channel options. First of all, you can also go to the NAPC Forum.kr website, and we will be broadcasting live there. Or you can also choose our YouTube channel, the KNDA Live channel as well. Well then, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Chancellor Kim Jun-hyung of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jun-hyung Kim, Chancellor of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. It is my great pleasure to have you all online for the 2020 Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum, even in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. I'm also delighted to bring together experts from around the world for this forum. Thank you very much for participating. Okay, I think I should take off my mask for better communications, only when I am talking. Okay. Sorry for the delay. And the current pandemic sweeping the world took precious opportunity to have face-to-face discussions away from us. But I firmly believe that all of us are united against the challenges thrown by COVID-19 and poised to hold on to our passion to continue dialogue on promoting peace and cooperation in Northeast Asia. Over the past years, Northeast Asia's geopolitical landscape has been extremely complicated by intense rivalries among regional players. They have been sharply pitted against each other on various issues. Controversy over the validity of international norms has often flared up, and the differences on economic and trade issues and the striking balance in military and security issues have led to escalating tensions in the region. And this year, the COVID-19 pandemic and natural disasters have thrown Northeast Asia's complicated geopolitical landscape into further disarray. In the face of overwhelmingly frustrating developments, it has been especially difficult for all of us to talk about hope and optimism this year. With everything going down, it is quite ironic that current challenges are prodding us to pioneer a new way forward with a new vision. It is imperative that we have a platform for candid discussions not to be engulfed by the rising tide of tensions that could erupt into unwanted, unnecessary conflict. And many of us concur that we need to share visions for the future to navigate smoothly through challenges in a rapidly changing political landscape. Unfortunately, having such a platform involving multiple players is a relatively new concept to Northeast Asia. Most of the discussions in the region have centered on bilateral relations, and the role of multilateral platforms to complement the limitations of bilateral discussions and iron out differences has been limited. While there has been some progress in the economic sector, including the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partners, so-called RCEP, it is true that little progress has been made in addressing hard issues, mostly on military and security issues, by advancing shared vision for peace and cooperation. For this reason, the Korean government has made continued effort to diversify constructive agendas on regional cooperation in Northeast Asia. And in line with such effort, the Moon Jae-in administration has been endeavoring to promote a multilateral dialogue and cooperation through the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum. These efforts are guided by a long-term vision that brings together the core countries in the region, as well as other important relevant countries and the international organizations, to create the Northeast Asia Plus community of responsibility. In a similar vein, the output document of the 8th Trilateral Summit held in December 2019 states that Korea, China, and Japan agreed to make joint effort to further facilitate regional dialogue and to foster truth, which includes engaging in academic interactions under the framework of trilateral cooperation with participations from other relevant countries. With a shared sense of purpose for devising a new multilateral peace and security framework in the region, this year's Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum will cast light on Europe's experience. Today's discussions will focus on Eastern and Western European countries whose tireless effort at creating multilateral security arrangement had finally come to fruition. The key members of NATO and the Warsaw Pact made collective effort to tackle security challenges under the CSCE umbrella and managed to design a set of multi-layered confidence-building measures. The answer, of course, does not necessarily lie in simply applying the CSCE's arms control regime to the Northeast Asian context. But lessons learned from the CSCE's non-confrontational approach to hostile confrontation will stimulate constructive discussion on ways to build new confidence-building measures that works well for Northeast Asia. Distinguished guests, I want to share with you the inspirational quote that was commonly used 20 years ago. A dream becomes a reality when we share it. When faced with a bitter reality, some of us would feel disappointment and frustration, and even goes as far to believe that it is impossible to carve out a better future for all of us. And due to diverging interests and views, a vision for a brighter future is often criticized as unrealistic idealism. But I dare say it is too early to give up on our vision for a better world. A long and hard road may await us, and I believe the only way to navigate the path forward is to inspire more people and get them to believe in our vision. So I ask all of you joining our two-day event to speak with passion. Bring your perspectives to the forefront. Please share your ideas and insights with us so we can reassure ourselves that creating new confidence-building measures in Northeast Asia is still a desirable end goal for all of us. Let us bring the insight of scholarship to discuss what we as a major country constituting Northeast Asia can do right now to attain this goal. Let us explore the most realistic approach that will help us pursue this goal that we are never going to let go. With the challenges looming large on the horizon, there is one truth that we should all keep in mind: peace and cooperation. The two values we share will always underpin our effort at charting Northeast Asia's path forward. Today, let's put our heads together to uphold this truth. I really look forward to fruitful discussions today and hope to gain new, brilliant insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Chancellor Kim, for your meaningful remarks. And as Chancellor Kim has introduced, the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum is part of the greater efforts pursued by the Korean government for the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform. And we have also introduced the background of this platform and the history of it in a short video. So, ladies and gentlemen, please watch the video together.
존경하는 국민 여러분, 정부 출범 70여일이 지난 오늘 국정기획자문위원회가 새 정부 5년의 국정운영 계획을 보고드리게 되어서 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다.
Upon his inauguration in 2017, President Moon Jae-in announced 100 policy tasks to pursue for the following 5 years. The Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform is one of the policy tasks of the Moon administration, Northeast Asia plus Community of Responsibility. The Northeast Asia plus Community of Responsibility represents the Korean government's long-term vision for the region, which aims to build a community for regional peace and prosperity in Northeast Asia and surrounding regions. In building this community, the Korean government has initiated 3 action plans. First, the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform is to promote multilateral cooperation in Northeast Asia. Second, the new Southern Policy is to reinforce bilateral and multilateral ties with ASEAN and India. And third, the new Northern Policy is to strengthen cooperative ties with Eurasian countries. Within this framework, the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform stands for a pillar of peace, while the new Southern Policy and the new Northern Policy stand for a pillar of prosperity. The Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform provides a venue for regional stakeholders to share their opinions on diverse issues for regional peace and cooperation. And through this platform, the Republic of Korea aspires to transform pending tensions and conflicts in the region into an order of dialogue and cooperation. Then why do we need the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform? In the tension-ridden region of Northeast Asia, it is crucial to foster an environment which embraces a spirit of cooperation for peaceful coexistence and co-prosperity. Thus, establishing a multilateral cooperation mechanism has become a prerequisite for resolving disputes and conflicts among regional countries. Furthermore, Northeast Asian countries and their partners need to strengthen their regional cooperation to effectively tackle transnational threats. The Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform now has participating countries such as Korea, China, Japan, United States, Russia, and Mongolia, as well as international dialogue partners, including Australia, New Zealand, ASEAN, the EU, NATO, the OSCE, and the UN. All these countries and international organizations have shown their willingness to join the platform and their interest in peace and cooperation in Northeast Asia. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform plans to address a wide range of emerging challenges and security threats that no countries are immune to. The Korean government would like to share its 4 meaningful outcomes so far in promoting the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform. First, the Korean government has held an annual Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation intergovernmental meeting to strengthen cooperation in the public sector. Second, the Korean government has also hosted an annual Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum to strengthen cooperation in the private sector. Third, the Korean government has reinforced the private-public network by encouraging domestic think tanks to cooperate with their regional counterparts on multilateral issues in Northeast Asia, along with regular meetings to yield practical outcomes. Fourth, the Korean government has exerted great efforts for a better understanding of and support for the platform among other countries. The Korean government will continue to hold the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Intergovernmental Meeting and the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum every year to institutionalize these meetings on the path ahead. Furthermore, the Korean government will broaden its cooperation areas with various joint projects between the public and private sectors. The Korean government will strive to work together with our regional partners to develop a practice of dialogue and cooperation to foster regional peace and prosperity. Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform.
Thank you very much. I hope that you enjoyed the video and it was able to better aid your understanding. And now we have a special address that will be delivered by Chairman José Manuel Barroso of Goldman Sachs International. His Excellency Barroso is the 11th President of the European Commission, as well as the 115th Prime Minister of Portugal. And back in 2012, he received the Nobel Peace Prize on behalf of the EU and made an acceptance speech alongside the President of the European Council. It's indeed an honor for me to be introducing him today, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him on screen.
I'm delighted to have the opportunity to address this very important conference organized by such an important Korean institution. I would have preferred to be in Seoul, in Korea, a country I really respect and admire, not only because of its great history, civilization, and culture, but also because of the achievements, the remarkable achievements of modern Korea. I was invited to address the issue of peace in your region. I can bring, of course, a perspective from an outsider, someone who is engaged and who is sympathetic, a friend of Korea, but of course without knowing in detail the very complex situation in your part of the world. The conflict between South and North Korea is a troubling reminiscence of the Cold War. But cold is a misleading term in this case. It was a time that brought much conflict and pain to the Korean people. The Korean War was among the most destructive conflicts in the modern era, with approximately 3 million war fatalities and a larger proportional civilian death toll than World War II or the Vietnam War. For peace to be achieved, it needs long-term commitment from all sides. Basically, it needs trust. And that's why it's important to think about the European Union project. The European Community project was launched after the Second World War, after what was and what still remains the most deadly conflict in mankind's history. And it was basically the idea to create peace, to make war impossible and even unthinkable between former enemies, namely France and Germany. And the reality is that the European Union, that was born as European Community, achieved that. Since its creation, there was never a war between the members of the European Union, the original 6 members and currently 27 members. That, of course, does not mean that we have achieved peace all over Europe. Unfortunately, that is not the case. By the way, recently, some years ago, we had the developments, very worrying developments in our neighborhood of the European Union, with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the annexation of Crimea. Just recently, we had the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh that was, in fact, reaching a new, very important military crisis. And we have also still frozen conflicts. And by the way, inside the European Union, we have the never-ending situation of divided Cyprus, where in spite of all the efforts of the United Nations that has the mediator role, in fact, the country remains divided, even if it is because of the conflicts between one European Union country, Greece, and a country that is not a member of the European Union, Turkey. In fact, I remember well when I was president of the European Commission visiting that island and having, for instance, the opportunity to have a meeting. In fact, it was a lunch between the president of the Republic of Cyprus and the Turkish side in the no man's land. And when I visited also Korea, and I was in the demilitarized zone, I thought that there was something similar, besides, of course, the very different circumstances, because it is one country that is basically divided. Now, we have to say that the European community has achieved peace, and the basic intuition of the founding fathers of the European Union was to achieve a political goal, peace, the most noble of the political goals, through economic means, through economic integration, through a step-by-step approach. In fact, before the European Union or the European community, as we said at the time, it was the coal and steel European community that was created. Why coal and steel? Because those were the materials of war. And the founding countries of the European coal and steel, they decided to pool their sovereignty, to share their sovereignty, and to give the power of the buying coal and steel or producing coal and steel to a supranational authority above themselves, differently from all kinds of intergovernmental organizations. So the idea was a supranational union. This is, of course, until now, probably the only case we have in the world. And it's by far the most advanced case of regional integration. And that has been successful. Let me tell you that in many contacts I had with China, namely the Chinese leaders from President Hu to President Xi Jinping, from Premier Wen Jiabao to Premier Li Keqiang, there was a point that they made to me several times. They said, "We have a great respect for the European Union because you have achieved something that in our part of the world in Asia it's not yet done, true reconciliation." And I think it was not just because of politeness or diplomatic courtesy that my Chinese interlocutors were mentioning this issue of reconciliation. It's true, in fact, that compared with other parts of the world, in Europe, there is now a broader sense of peace, even if, let's also be honest about it, this peace was not just guaranteed by the European Union, but also by NATO, the strongest alliance, military alliance that exists in the world. Having said that, when you compare with the situation of Asia, the tensions that remain between Korea, in the Korean peninsula, also the tensions with Japan, with China, China with India, India, Pakistan, the tension in South China Sea, and so on and so forth, we can easily agree that more has to be done to promote reconciliation in your part of the world. Another experience, of course, that I had and I'd like to share with you was when I had the honor to receive on behalf of the European Union the Nobel Peace Prize in 2012. At that point, I highlighted in the acceptance speech I gave the importance of linking peace to democracy. And I know this is specifically difficult and challenging in some parts of Asia today. But it was also done even with non-democratic regimes during the Cold War through the Helsinki process, where in fact the issues of human rights were addressed. In fact, during the Cold War, much was done to put confidence-building measures in place between the East and the West. And this created a level of predictability and decreased the likeliness of misunderstandings and dangerous nuclear incidents. The Helsinki Accords of 1975 are an inspiring example. The Helsinki Accords were primarily an effort to reduce tension between the Soviet and the Western Bloc, called at the time, I quote, "the most comprehensive and realistic plan for European security," end of quote. And this was possible thanks to pressure from the United States and Western European countries that it was possible to broaden the agenda from security to other issues, including human rights. The Helsinki Accords meant, paradoxically, a recognition of the political and the ideological status quo at the time, and it opened up cooperation in 4 baskets: security in Europe, cooperation in the field of economics, science and technology, humanitarian cooperation, and also, lastly, the follow-up of this cooperation. Initially, the Soviet Communist Party, Secretary General Leonid Brezhnev, thought that humanitarian principles were not so important and that they will not bring much trouble inside the Eastern Bloc. Nevertheless, those humanitarian principles recognized explicitly by the Helsinki Charter were very important and eventually contributed to the demolishment many years ago afterwards of the Berlin Wall. Contrary to what some have feared at that time, the Helsinki Accords did not lead to decouple the United States from Western Europe. It actually increased Western Europe's role on the international stage. In 1975, at such a high point of the Cold War, it was, in fact, very audacious to ask European democracies to sign a document that on paper made the Soviet Union, the only conceivable threat to Europe's security at the time, a co-guarantor of that security. This was counterintuitive, and very often the best solutions are counterintuitive. The final act of Helsinki contains an astonishing affirmation that the democracies on one side and those countries opposed to everything democracy stands for share, I quote, a common history, end of quote, and recognize, I quote, the existence of elements common to their traditions and values, end of quote. However, it served as the basis for the claim that Europe, East and West, is an entity with common security interests. So this idea that in spite of differences, political regime differences, ideological difference, there is a commonality, that there is an entity. I think it's extremely important to define the framework of any peace process or reconciliation process. In a completely different setting, let me also mention an experience I had as at that time very young deputy foreign minister of my country, Portugal, when I was the mediator to put an end to the war in Angola, in Africa, between the government and the rebel movement. At that time, I understood it was possible to make peace when I understood that during that conflict that was also fueled by the Cold War, in spite of all differences, they both believed they were part of the same people, the government and the rebel movement. They were part of the same entity. They were the same people. They were Angolans. And in fact, after some time, eventually, in fact, peace came to that country. So, what I want to share with you is that these principles, some of these principles, like the Helsinki Act principles, could be a source of inspiration in the context of Korea, Japan, and China current situation. But indeed, other factors need to come together. It is essential to have a broader supportive context in the field of disarmament, economic cooperation, and also people-to-people exchanges. At the end, it comes back to trust. European process tells a lot about step by step. That does not mean that we forget the overall strategic goal. We have a strategic framework, but we should go step by step. There are miracles sometimes. For instance, the case of the end of apartheid. But that requires truly exceptional leadership. Not only we had Mandela, but we also had de Klerk. And they were able to go beyond their respective bases of support and really commit to a true reconciliation. But this is really exceptional leadership. It does not happen all the time. It's really, really very rare that to happen. But apart from those cases, and these cases where, in fact, politics shows that it's not, as people say, the art of the possible. In fact, politics very often is the art of the impossible. Despite all these situations, I believe it is possible to make progress in a situation like Korea. Not so much relying on external conditions. I continue to think, based on experience of being following so many conflicts over my political life, in my national capacity and European Union, I continue to think that the decisive factor has to do with the internal causes. Externally, we can help create, or not, better external conditions to favor those developments. But at the end of the day, it is not the external conditions or pressure that will solve the problem. At the end of the day, it has to do with the internal causes of the conflict and the capacity of finding a solution by the parties themselves. They have to be the ones that are really committed to peace and to reconciliation. From that point of view, I believe a step-by-step approach of creating trust, confidence is certainly a good one. And at the same time, it at least allows some progress from a humanitarian point of view. So I believe some of these principles can be an inspiration. At the same time, of course, I think it's obvious that we cannot, or you cannot, apply mechanistically, in a mechanistically or dogmatic way, those principles to the very specific situation we have in Korea or in the broader Asian region. It has to be done with creativity, but it's always centered in the basic issue, creating trust among the parties and being sure that the parties are really ready to compromise to achieve that highest goal, that is peace and reconciliation. I thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish all the best for this very interesting conference. Thank you.
Well, thank you once again for imparting your wisdom as well as offering food for thought. Thank you very much for your special address. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have a second special address planned for today, and it will be delivered by Federica Mogherini, and she is the rector of the College of Europe. Her Excellency Mogherini is also the co-chair of the United Nations High-Level Panel for Internal Displacement since January of 2020. And previously, she also served as the High Representative for the European Union's foreign affairs as well as security policy, as well as the Vice President of the European Commission from 2014 to 2019. And prior to joining the EU, she was the Italian Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, as well as a member of the International Chamber of Deputies. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Excellency on the screen.
Dear friends, it is for me a great honor to contribute today to this extremely important event that you have organized on how to build a new vision for regional confidence building in Northeast Asia. Unfortunately, the current pandemic doesn't allow me to be there with you, but I'm glad I can share some reflections from the beautiful city of Bruges in Belgium, where I currently serve as director of the College of Europe, a unique postgraduate institute of European studies where we form the next generation of decision makers of both European and non-European countries. I want to start by thanking you for giving me the opportunity to address you at the very beginning of your works, with a reflection on how the European experience can provide inspiration and maybe some lessons to increase the level of confidence in your region, maximize cooperation, and minimize the risk of dangerous escalatory miscalculations. We are physically very far, Europe and Northeast Asia, but the friendship we share, the values we cherish, and some of our key interests bring us very close. I had the privilege and the pleasure of visiting Korea and all other countries in the region many times in different capacities, the very different stages of most recent history. And I was always thinking that regardless of the geographical distance and the historical differences between Europe and your region, there are two things that for sure make our two regions alike. First, we have both experienced centuries, if not thousands of years, of dramatic conflicts and crises, wars that have caused an impressive number of innocent victims. The second element we share is that our people, both in Europe and in Northeast Asia, have a profound interest in overcoming the regional tensions, competitions, and in building a more cooperative regional order. But there is one fundamental difference between us. Europe has managed, after the traumatic events of the Second World War, to move from conflict to cooperation, and even, for large parts of our territory, to an integrated political and economic union. This has been possible thanks to the wisdom, courage, and determination of a generation of political leaders who then understood that in order to reconcile peoples and countries that had gone through such a violent and profound hatred and prevent that from happening ever again, they had to create a common shared interest that would have tied those peoples and countries together as one. This is how the European Union was born, when the memories of the killings and the destructions were still very vivid in the collective soul of our continent. The economic cooperation managed to start the transition of Europe from being the center of global wars to becoming the most prosperous, integrated, and peaceful continent on Earth. It all started in 1951 with the signing of the treaty establishing the European Coal and Steel Community by 6 countries: Belgium, Germany, France, Italy, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. The purpose was to organize the free movement of coal and steel and to free up access of sources of production. But it was indeed the very first step towards long-lasting peace in Europe, and then the full economic and political integration of the European Union as we know it today. Why so? Because of 2 basic reasons that I believe could be a source of inspiration for other regions of the world that are looking for avenues that can bring them from conflict to cooperation, starting from Northeast Asia. The first reason is the power of economic cooperation. Once you share interests, you think twice before doing anything that would damage a common house. Your well-being depends on the well-being of your neighbors. You are forced to move from a zero-sum game logic that assumes that for me to win, you have to lose, to the win-win logic, which is based on the awareness that you win or you lose together. The hatred obviously didn't disappear at once. You don't move overnight from being enemies to being friends. But you can rationally understand that cooperation is more convenient and choose to act in a way that preserves and promotes your interests in the most effective manner. The lesson to be taken is that identifying or even creating a shared economic interest among countries of a conflictual region can be more powerful than any security-related confidence-building measure. The second reason why the creation of a European Coal and Steel Community led to peace and integration in the continent is the fact that, together with the community, common rules and common institutions were built. It started with the setting up of a common high authority to supervise the market, to monitor compliance with competition rules, and ensure price transparency. Common institutions bring together officials from different countries' national administrations, force them, former enemies, to work together in the same institutions, the same offices every day, with the same goals, sharing challenges to be faced and results to be achieved. Institutions, common spaces, create the team spirit. It's what we are also experiencing here in the College of Europe. And coming together, working together every day, citizens of countries that were at war with each other turn from enemies to colleagues, get to know each other, start recognizing that, start seeing that there is a human being beyond the nationality, and start recognizing that your enemy or former enemy is a human being exactly like you, is the very first individual step towards reconciliation, long-lasting reconciliation. And this is, I believe, the second lesson. Common institutions to cooperate on any practical issue of relevance for the parties, even if not connected at all with security matters, creates the conditions for confidence to be built on a daily basis. Provide a common ground, common languages, common sets of rules and norms. Provide a shared space. This is why the European Union is promoting sectoral or technical regional cooperation in several parts of the world, such as in the Balkans, in the Middle East, or North Africa. This is also why it has been the stronger supporter of regional organizations across the globe, from ASEAN to the G5 Sahel, just to mention a few. That is because the European experience has shown us that building regional institutions for cooperation in any sector, has a very strong transformative power on conflictual dynamics. To conclude, there's a last element I would like to share with you, an additional lesson that can be learned from the European experience. Moving from conflict to cooperation doesn't happen in a vacuum. Building confidence is a process that can benefit enormously from external conditions, from support of partners and parallel processes. For Europe, moving from war to the economic and political integration process, and then the unification of the western and eastern parts of our continent in the European Union, all of this for Europe was possible because of the combination of inner determination of European leaders and external support. First and foremost, the support of our international partners and allies, starting with the United States and NATO, but also counting on broader, different regional dynamics. Two parallel processes accompanied us in particular, step by step, and contributing to advancing regional cooperation in two specific fields. First, the creation of the Council of Europe in 1949 helped our continent to advance together in the field of rule of law, democracy, and human rights. Today, it brings together 47 member states, including all the 27 countries of the European Union, and constitutes a key pillar of the European regional cooperation. And similarly, the creation in the early 70s of the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, turned in 1994 into the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, has contributed in a fundamental way to opening multilateral channels of dialogue between the West and the East of Europe first, still during the Cold War, very difficult years, and then defining common commitments that are today shared by 57 participating member states. I know that you will be dedicating a full session of your works to the confidence-building measures and practices that can be inspired exactly by the experience of the CSCE and the Helsinki Final Act of 1975, and also the precious work that the OSCE carries out today all over Europe, and in particular in conflict areas that are still present, unfortunately, in our continent. I strongly believe that Northeast Asia could benefit enormously from the creation of similar patterns of regional cooperative practices. Every part of the world has and finds its own ways to deconflicting, cooperating, or even integrating. This is why I never believed in the possibility of exporting, as it is, the European model elsewhere. Geography and history are two important factors not to influence profoundly the course of relations in different regions. But for sure, Europe can be a powerful source of inspiration. If we managed, you can also, no doubt. Northeast Asia, like Europe, has an extremely high economic and technological potential, not to mention the strategic relevance of your region in the global geopolitical dynamics. Lack of confidence and lack of cooperation undermine the capacity to develop this potential fully, at the detriment of the interests and the security of all your citizens, no matter in which country of the region they are. This is why I believe that your reflection today can contribute enormously to the well-being of your people your countries, all of them, none excluded, and to the prosperity, safety, and security of our global community. I am sure you can count on the European support in this process, step by step. This process would be extremely relevant, not just for you, but for all of us. I thank you for your attention. I wish you very fruitful, inspiring exchanges during your works today, and look very much forward to further cooperation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Your Excellency Mogherini, for the insightful message. And also another thank you to our speakers from Europe for sharing their messages with us, despite their busy schedules, as well as despite the difficult challenges posed by COVID-19. With that, we will now move swiftly on to our first session, and I would now like to give the floor to Chancellor Kim, who will be the moderator of the session.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Junyoung Kim, Chancellor of KND again. I'm very honored to moderate this session. Our topic of our session is Quest for Confidence-Building Measures in Northeast Asia, Lessons from Europe. And we are going to try to review the experience of European countries and then try to apply, search possibility of this European model to our case. And we have three excellent panelists. And before that, we have a special keynote speaker before jumping into our main sessions. And let me introduce to our keynote speaker, Professor Jamie Shea from University of Exeter. He is also a member of the group of strategic advisors of the NATO Special Operation Forces Command in Belgium. And prior to joining the University of Exeter, Professor Shea was an international public servant and a member of the international staff of NATO for 38 years. I think he is a really genuine NATO man. And his last NATO post was Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Emerging Security Challenges. Professor Shea is here with us online. Please welcome him with me.
Chancellor Kim, thank you very much for the very kind introduction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to join you live, as you could see, from a still very dark and wintry Brussels. Thank you so much, Chancellor, for inviting me. I'm really honored. I will tell you that a couple of years ago, I came in person to Seoul to participate in the NAPC. And on that occasion, I was the last speaker on the last panel on the last day. I'm not sure if anybody would have faintly remembered what I said after such a long and good conference. But clearly the organizers had felt guilty about that. So you've invited me today to be at the front of the conference. So deeply honored indeed for that. What I want to address, Chancellor, and you already indicated this direction of travel, is the future of NATO in Asia as a player factor in Asia-Pacific security, and based on which lessons and which particular expertise that NATO could contribute. Now, I know that for some people in your audience, this may sound a little bit counterintuitive, because NATO has been traditionally a European regional security organization. Its membership is limited to countries geographically in the Euro-Atlantic area. And of course, for much of the Cold War, NATO waited to be attacked on the front line in Central and Eastern Europe. And indeed, since 2014, we have been sort of forced back into Europe because of the annexation of Crimea by Russia, Russia's incursion into the Donbass and eastern Ukraine. But not only that, Chancellor, also because, as Federica Mogherini said in her intervention, unfortunately, Europe has not gravitated towards the zone of a peaceful democratic space that we hoped for after the Cold War. There have been multiple instabilities in the Balkans, multiple instabilities in the Middle East and North Africa. Today, the European Union is running 16 so-called common security and defense operations, most of which are focused in the Middle East and in North Africa. And although NATO has gone out of area since the end of the Cold War, most of that out of area has in fact been in the European neighborhood. Obviously the Balkans, you remember the interventions in Bosnia, Kosovo, more recently in Libya, the maritime operations to deal with piracy in the Gulf of Aden, where we were glad also, of course, to have the support of Japan, Korea, and many other Asian partners, because piracy, of course, threatened everybody's secure trade route. And NATO has been assisting Ukraine and Georgia to improve their defenses, and has recently established a training mission in Iraq as well. Now, that does not mean to say that even when we're in Europe, that we don't cooperate with Asia. A dialogue between Asia and Japan started already in the 1990s. And we also received valuable support from Japan and Australia for our missions in the Balkans as well. But I suppose the thing that really has linked us together over the last decade or so has been, of course, the ISAF operation in Afghanistan, the first time that NATO has really come deep into Asia after 2003. And of course, NATO today is still there. For how much longer, we will wait and see. But Afghanistan was a real game changer because, of course, it obliged the alliance to focus much more on Asian regional security affairs. It was the first time that we came into contact with China and started to have a regular dialogue and send NATO officials to Beijing. We had, as you know, Chancellor, the valuable support of many Asian countries, notably Australia, but others too, in participating in the ISAF military mission. Korea, Japan helped considerably with economic and development aid, vital also for the success of the military mission. We had New Zealand running a provincial reconstruction team and so on. And we clearly want to preserve the interoperability and the working culture between Asian militaries and NATO militaries that we developed on the basis of Afghanistan. And we set up a so-called interoperability platform to try to preserve those military lessons learned. So if we have to operate together in the future in a peacekeeping or stabilization mission, we have the basis on which to build. Now, of course, Afghanistan is winding down. I don't need to remind you of President Trump's decision to withdraw 2,500 troops. The talks between the Taliban and the Afghan government are underway in Doha. The agreement provides for the withdrawal of international forces from Afghanistan by next summer, although NATO is very much pursuing a conditions-based approach. The Taliban have to keep their commitments, first and foremost, to reduce violence. And secondly, an in-together, out-together philosophy that we need to withdraw in a way that does not undermine the Afghan government or our ability to train the Afghan forces. And NATO has a commitment to Afghanistan until 2024. So we'll have to see how we can essentially guarantee that. But the end of the mission in Afghanistan, and of course all of the problems in Europe, which I referred to, have made many of my Asian colleagues sort of ask me, well, does that mean, you know, that NATO is now really sort of giving up on Asia? You know, do you have so much to do in Europe that our continent will not get much attention? And my answer today, and my message in my remarks, is no, no, no. Quite the reverse, and for three reasons, which I don't think will strike any of you as a great surprise. Number one is China. Inevitably, unsurprisingly, how could it not be the case? Because the alliance realizes that China is not only a big factor in Asian security, but increasingly a factor in our European security as well. China has projected naval forces into our seas, conducted exercises in our neighborhood with Russia. It's a major player, of course, in our technology with its One Belt, One Road, in in our infrastructure as well. So as my former boss, the Secretary General of NATO, Stoltenberg, likes to say, China has very much come to us, and we need to look into that. We also realize inevitably that China's rise is not going to be always smooth. There will be bumps along the way. And NATO is looking very actively at China's very rapid, very ambitious military modernization program and increasing in defense spending. What does that mean? We're looking at, of course, China's relationship with Russia, and how could that influence Russia's behavior in our own particular neighborhood. We, of course, realize that the power in the 21st century will be largely dependent upon technology and technological sovereignty. And what does that mean? I want to be explicit here, Chancellor, that NATO does not see China as a threat, but of course it's a major factor in 21st century geopolitics, and we have to understand China. We have to think harder about it, what it means for our security. And finally, we must not only talk about China, but we have to talk with China too. There are many commentators here in Europe who have suggested the creation of a NATO-China Council, as we've had a NATO-Russia Council, to be able to build confidence and transparency and dispel misconceptions and try to understand each other better. We'll see if that happens in the future. The second reason for engagement in the region, Chancellor, I can be brief because I want to get on very quickly to your confidence building measures, is North Korea, because like you, we are concerned about North Korea's development of ballistic missiles and nuclear capabilities. They can now reach Europe for the first time, and not only the United States, and that obviously has implications for our ballistic missile defense in Europe, of course we have an interest, like you, in the denuclearization of North Korea and the success of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty and various arms control measures as well. We're also preoccupied, I have to say, Chancellor, by North Korea's nefarious activities in other areas. Many European companies and my own National Health Service in the United Kingdom were taken down by the WannaCry virus that came out of North Korea from the Lazarus group a few years ago. And of course, organized crime from North Korea, particularly in the sort of cryptocurrency markets and so on, the cyber instabilities affects us as well. So that is a concern, and we have issued declarations, NATO, frequently, along with our Asian partners, concerning North Korea's activities. Now, the third and final part is the most important part of what I want to say briefly today, which of course is a sense that we now need, in view of all of the emerging security challenges that we face, to step up our cooperation with the Asian democracies. They are already partners of NATO, like Korea, like Australia, like Japan and New Zealand. So we're not starting from scratch. We've had an excellent dialogue with Korea. When I was at NATO, we had excellent cooperation on cyber intelligence and cyber threats from Korea, particularly against our international financial systems. Thank you for that. Excellent cooperation from Australia in tracking ISIS and Al-Qaeda and terrorist threats in the Philippines, in Indonesia, and elsewhere too. Excellent cooperation from Japan on ballistic missile defense and exchanging concepts and ideas. But there is now a true sense, given the commonality of challenges that we face, that we need to step this up. And at the moment, you probably have seen that just yesterday, NATO foreign ministers met in Brussels, and they received the report of a group of experts that has been tasked by the Secretary General to look into NATO's future and to prepare a new strategic concept for the alliance. There are 138 recommendations, and a large number of these concern stepping up cooperation between NATO and the Asian democracies. What do I think we're going to be looking at as we go forward? Well, number one, I think we have a lot of mutual experience in resilience. NATO has done an enormous amount of work on critical supply chains, on critical infrastructure protection, on setting higher standards for that kind of resilience. We've done a great deal of work on hybrid warfare, on improving situational awareness, early warning indicators, being able to assist allies with various parts of dealing with hybrid warfare scenarios, fighting fake news and disinformation. We've stepped up our military mobility as well, our ability to move troops rapidly across borders by harmonizing customs regulations and legal procedures, by looking at how civilian infrastructure can be upgraded to be able to accommodate the transport of military forces in a crisis or a conflict. We have stepped up enormously our cyber defense with very demanding training and exercises, setting up a cyber operations center as well, and sharing more, as I mentioned, our intelligence quickly on cyber threats. We've done a lot also in the area of private-public partnerships, because all of the technology is owned and operated by the private sector, and without cooperation with the private sector in terms of resilience, in terms of standards, in terms of disclosure, you can't really move forward. So as we deal with this nexus of so-called network threats and emerging security challenges, where you also are largely dealing with the same phenomena, but from different countries in different ways, that kind of experience, I think, is enormously important, and I think we need to develop it. Finally, the arms control area. Now, President Barroso and Federica Mogherini referred to this. It's true, NATO has acquired, since the Cold War, a lot of experience in this area. For example, the Open Skies Treaty, in terms of aerial verification of military activities and confidence building measures. Now, I know that the United States withdrew from that recently, but the other NATO countries and Russia are still keeping it going. So even if this treaty may not be as fully operative as some would like at the moment, nonetheless, it's been in operation for 2 decades already. So a great deal of experience about how you conduct those kind of overflights could be useful. Second example, the Conventional Forces in Europe Treaty. Now, again, I acknowledge that because of Russia's behavior, particularly vis-a-vis Georgia and Ukraine, that treaty is in abeyance. But again, a large amount of experience in terms of verification, in terms of data storage and sharing, how to do verification, a lot of that has been gathered up. So the legacy is not lost, even if we may have to look to new forms of agreement in the future. The OSCE was mentioned by President Barroso, and again, the Vienna documents 1 and 2, providing for transparency in military activities, short, surprise notice deployments, out of garrison activities, seminars on doctrines, on budgets, on transparency. All of this kind of experience, even if it's European and not immediately transferable to Asia, where sometimes the problems are more in the maritime domain, given your geography, whereas we've been focusing perhaps more on a land mass. But still, a lot of this legacy, I think, could be of great use in terms of the mechanics and the procedures of how to move forward. NATO itself has been working also recently on a package of so-called risk reduction measures with Russia. For example, avoiding exercises in each other's proximity, more transparency and pre-notification concerning exercises, observation, and things like avoiding, incidents in the air when Russia has not been using transponders, flying its military aircraft close to our airspace, which could, of course, always pose a problem for civilian air traffic. You've limited me to a few minutes today, Chancellor, so I don't have time to go into all of this in depth, but there is, as I say, a whole legacy of various confidence-building measures that it's worth studying, and NATO itself, of course, has never given up in terms of being able to go back to that agenda with Russia and other countries when circumstances permit. So we, too, want to preserve that legacy to see how it can take us forward in the future. So in a nutshell, I think that we are on the cusp of a big future for NATO's engagement in Asia, for consolidating and structuring these partnerships. I think that you'll see next year when we have our summit with President-elect Biden in Brussels that a message for cooperation to the Asia-Pacific region will be sent. I think we'll have a lot of ideas to put on the table. We'll welcome ideas from your end, but we are ready to engage with you. Will you be ready to engage with us? Thank you very much indeed for your attention, and again for inviting me this morning.
Thank you very much, Professor Shea. Thank you very much for your passionate and enlightening speech based on your experience and expertise. And let me do this way. If you have a time to stay until this session, end of the session, then if we have a time, push a little bit, but if I'm trying to have a time for your comment on overall discussion in this session. And then we have two pre-collected questions for you, and you can add it to your last comment. First one is actually from Eunjung-jo. She took your courses, she said, in Europe. And the question is, do you see any room for NATO to play positive role during peace process in Korean Peninsula? I think partially already answered, but what would be the NATO's policy towards Asia Pacific like? And that's first question. Another question from Anonymous. European countries could arrive at the foundation of Europe with a reconciliation and a mutual recognition after long conflicts and hostility of 2 world wars and Cold War. Would you please share us East Asian people Europe's wisdom to overcome the historical conflicts for the better future? Very philosophical questions, but you can add in your last comment. And as I said, we are a little pushed by excellent speeches. So time limit, because of time limit, we'll just jump into our main session. We have 3 excellent panelists, and I'm going to skip the detailed their criteria and their resume, and you can refer to our program. And first panelist, Director Ja Ching-guo from the Institute of Global Cooperation and Understanding at Beijing University, and Professor Emeritus Soya Yoshihide from Keio University. And here on my left side, Professor Jeon Bong-gun from KNDA. As I said, please, I would like to ask you keep allotted time. You're given 10 minutes to deliver your presentations. Now, let me invite Professor Ja Ching-guo for first presentation. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Kim. It's a great honor to be present and share with you some of my thoughts on this topic. I think Europe was the center of 2 devastating world wars in which millions of people lost their lives and even more people became handicapped for life. The pain of losing lives of husbands, sons, and other family members and friends has led to repeated efforts on the part of Europeans to search for ways to prevent the tragedy from happening again. The initial attempts to do so include the negotiation of the Paris Agreement, the establishment of the League of Nations, and the appeasement policy to Nazi aggression. However, each of the attempts failed to achieve the intended result. The Paris Agreement's punitive terms left Germans frustrated and discontent, a situation that the Nazis exploited fully in their efforts to seize power. The League of Nations became ineffective on the day of its establishment, in part because the US, the chief advocate and the strongest power, chose not to be part of it. The appeasement policy culminated in the Munich Agreement, which gave Nazi Germany's external aggression the green light. After the Second World War, Europeans learned the lessons of the past. In addition to embracing the establishment of the United Nations, it also initiated a process of reconciliation, especially between Germany and France. It was a process that included deep remorse on the part of the Germans, thorough cleansing of the Nazi influence, political reconciliation, and economic integration. One of the most significant efforts in this regard was the initiation of the European Coal and Steel Community. Instead of fighting over the control of resources and industrial essentials, Europeans decided to share them. This process eventually led to the establishment of European Economic Community and European Union. As a result of these efforts, almost 7 decades have passed. Europe still enjoys peace and prosperity, despite various challenges along the way. Today, it is hard to imagine that the erstwhile century-long enemies like Germany and France would seriously consider fighting each other in military conflict. What lessons can East Asians learn from this experience? To begin with, it is crucial to make an objective assessment of the intent of other countries. It is a basis for choosing the policy of response. If the intent of other countries is to dominate and conquer, like the Nazi Germany, then a policy of containment and deterrence is required. If the intent of other countries is more or less like self-defense, then one should opt for confidence-building measures to prevent accident-led chain of hostile actions that characterized the outbreak of the World War I. In the second place, it is important to handle territorial disputes with great caution and make sure that they are resolved or managed peacefully through dialogues and with mutual consent. In the age of nationalism, force cannot resolve territorial disputes. It can only lead to prolonged conflict and animosity at great cost to the parties of the dispute. In the third place, although deep remorse of wartime crimes does not by itself ensure that aggression will not happen again, it is an important step for reassurance and reconciliation. It does not only serve the interests of other countries, but also those of the country which engaged in war crimes. By reflecting on the pains and sufferings it incurred on other countries, Germany has benefited tremendously by earning the understanding and reconciliation from other European countries and security and prosperity later. In the fourth place, for peaceful coexistence and mutual prosperity, it is important that strategic resources for development are shared rather than monopolized. The reason that the different approaches to the Alsace-Lorraine disputes after the World War I and after World War II led to diametrically different outcomes is a case to the point. Sharing strategic resources leads to economic integration. Economic integration makes every country a stakeholder. If countries are stakeholders, they are unlikely to resort to force given the stakes that are involved. In the fifth place, it is important to develop a rule-based order instead of power-based order to ensure proper management of disputes and conflicts. Rather than might should prevail in management of interstate relations. Interests of countries do not always align, and shared principles and norms, rules are needed to resolve and manage such disputes and conflicts. Both the European Economic Community and European Union have a lot of rules to govern the behavior of member states, making sure rights of all countries, big or small, protected and disputes are resolved fairly according to the rules. In the sixth place, dialogue and consultation is necessary for promoting understanding and peaceful resolution of the problems. Europeans spend a lot of time talking with each other. Sometimes it looks like repetitive and time-consuming. However, it is an indispensable part of dispelling misunderstanding and consensus building. Therefore, one should never give up dialogue and consultation, however unpromising it may look at a given or specific time. In the seventh place, great power leadership is required for collaborative efforts to deal with the challenges and resolve problems. This is because initiatives and coordination are essential for collective action. Given the power and influence of great powers, they are the likely candidates for leadership. It is generally believed that the US decision not to be part of the League of Nations contributed to the failure of that institution to function, as it was designed that, and the US decision not to take up leadership after the World War II has made it possible for the UN to play a useful role since then. Finally, it is important to develop an inclusive instead of exclusive arrangement when it comes to international cooperation, especially security cooperation. Exclusive arrangement is inherently divisive. This is because, however well intended, exclusive arrangement has the effect of separating countries into us and them, making the latter feel excluded and suspicious. The fact that Western Europe is peaceful has much to do with the fact that most of the post-World War II institutions are open and inclusive. For the same reason, much of the conflicts between the Soviet Union and Western Europe have a lot to do with the mutually exclusive security arrangements, such as Warsaw Pact and the NATO. Of course, one can argue that it is the conflicts between the Soviet Union or Russia and the Western European countries that led to the mutually exclusive security arrangements. However, it is undeniable that the mutually exclusive security arrangements further enhanced the conflicts. All these lessons are useful for East Asians to reflect on their approach for regional security. China is rising. As it rises, it inevitably affects the existing international arrangements. And also, China has a big challenge to adapt to its rising power and status, how to exercise them in a proper way. However, China is a challenge to be managed, not a threat to be contained. It is fundamentally a stakeholder and a defender of the existing international order, rather than a country that aims at destroying that order. The future of East Asia depends on how China and East Asian countries interact with with each other, and whether they can find a way to peacefully coexist and develop a mutually beneficial relationship. East Asian countries should also learn to manage their territorial disputes. They should not let such disputes define their relationship. Instead, they should be creative as well as patient in managing them, suspend disputes, and engage in joint exploration of the resources remains an option for concerned countries to consider very seriously. East Asian countries should also learn to manage the history issue. Japan should be more sensitive to other countries' concerns in this regard. Other countries should also recognize the fact that Japan has adopted a peaceful path of development for over 7 decades. Both should look forward and try to develop a constructive relationship rather than looking backward. Despite the anti-globalization pressures, East Asian countries should continue their efforts to promote economic integration rather than decoupling. Economic integration has proven useful in sharing resources for development through trade and investment. It is the only path for peace and prosperity for all countries in the region. To ensure peace and prosperity, East Asian countries should also strive at constructing a rule-based order. The big powers have great responsibilities for taking the lead in constructing and observing rules and norms. Whether to dispel misunderstanding or promote cooperation, we need to engage in consultation and dialogues.
Professor, can you wrap it
yes.
up? Yeah, please.
Sure. Yeah, to cope with, we need to engage in dialogue. And also, for East Asian countries to cooperate, we need to build exclusive rather than exclusive institutions, especially in the security arena. This is because inclusive institutions help bring countries together rather than separate them apart. In a word, East Asian countries have much to learn from Western European experience, and the potential to do so, to do better as latecomers. If they can do that, it is a blessing for both the region and the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jia. And thanks for sharing with your insightful perspective, almost like a guidebook for principles for promoting the peace and cooperation. Let me give you one specific question if you have a chance to talk later. One is, we have been trying so hard to talk about sensitive issues, so-called hard security issues, but the result is actually it's so hard to convey this idea and have discussions fully. You know, we always have a pattern to going back to solve the issues. Because as you said, it's because we still need time. But you know, at all times CSCE, and even in the midst of Cold War, they talked about, you know, these things. But what's the main reason that we cannot develop into this sensitive issue? So keep that in mind. I'll ask you later. Okay, and then next speaker is Dr. Soeya. Please.
Yes, Chancellor Kim, thank you very much.
Good to see you.
It's so good to see all of you, despite this Corona style. But thank you very much indeed for inviting me to speak for this very important forum. Well, rather than following my paper, I will refer to some of those points if you had a chance to read them. Let me start by saying, first of all, how Europe started this process of integration. And the coal and steel community was mentioned by a few people. But if we look back on the history, it was 1950 when Foreign Minister Schuman of France proposed this idea. And by that time, there was a Berlin blockade for about a year. And West Germany went into currency reforms, which led to the division of Germany between East and West in 1949, sorry. And NATO was established in 1949. In other words, the so-called Cold War or Soviet threat toward, of course, the US, but also to western part of Europe, has become really, really intensified. And it was this background of Soviet-US confrontation with Europe as a main theater has become almost irreversible. And that led to, I think, European countries to cooperate with each other for, of course, regional resilience and to survive, muddle through this very difficult superpower confrontation. And if there would be a structural resemblance, in our part, I'm not saying this as a sort of dictum or anything of that sort, but I think similar thing, if there is a similar structure development in our region, this is indeed the intensifying US-China rivalry, which are pushing countries in the middle. I sometimes use the term squeeze the middle, between US and China to come together. I think that structural force is already at work, generally speaking. among the countries residing and breathing in between China and the United States. I don't know whether it's a good news or bad news. Maybe a bad news overall, if that's the case. But unfortunately, the state of U.S.-China relationship is moving in that direction. I think that's how many people are feeling. And the lack of autonomy on our part, our decision, our action, is becoming more and more realistic as China and the U.S. intensifies their rivalry and confrontation. And as many of us in the regions talk among ourselves, being pushed into the place where we have to choose either between the US and China would be the worst case scenario. And we don't want to do that. And so in order to avoid that scenario of having to choose, I think motivations and the incentives of cooperation among ourselves are getting higher and higher. And in Korea, my thesis of Japan's middle power strategy is more known than in Japan and the rest of the region, unfortunately. But my point, I think, I've been advocating this for the last 20 years, more than 20 years, so it's not new. But my thesis is about the importance of Japan-South Korea cooperation, as well as Japan's cooperation with other regional countries, precisely because of the rise of China and the intensification of US-China rivalry. And so Europe has done this between US and Russia, Soviet Union, for many years. And we are facing the similar structural situation, perhaps seriously, today. I think that's my overall way of putting the current situation, as well as the logic and necessity of ourselves talking together and cooperating. And of course, this is not to antagonize China. I mean, that's not the purpose. So our forum of talking to each other among ourselves, I think is critically important. And if China is in, it will become a bit different game. And if US is in and China is out, then it is also going to become a different game. But the game among ourselves, I mean, it's not excluding, but leaving US and China aside for the time being. That way we should talk among ourselves, like Europeans did, after the end of the war for many years. And that is what has been terribly lacking in our region. And so this is the time for us to begin to move in that direction. So that's my general sort of framework that I have in talking about Japan's strategy and the shape of the region in years ahead. And from this perspective, in my short paper, I discussed a little bit about Chinese previous emphasis on a so-called new model of major power relations between US and China. And I just take it as the Chinese intent of this new model. To put complex things very, very simple. Chinese intent is to, I think, come back at the center of Asia again, in a way. I mean, because of the rise of China, I think China has that full right, I think, to be an important center of Asia. But agreement among ourselves is we are not so sure yet if such a China would be a benign sort of regional hegemon in our region. And so that's, I think that leads to the argument, which is the strongest in Japan, I would argue, that the presence of the United States in the region would be inevitable. So that's how I think the context of US-China rivalry becomes real and important for us. But there is no comfortable agreement among ourselves necessarily yet. So the new type of major power relations from their I think China stopped talking about this concept in recent years. So what does that mean? I'm not sure yet. They may be, dreaming of something else. I'm not sure. But from Europe, as Mr. Xie said, I mean, Chinese influence in Europe is of course, expanding. And that is leading to a new sort of, picture of what I term, for the lack of a better term, a middle power cooperation between Asian countries and the European countries. For instance, Japan and UK, and Japan and France, have signed so-called security declarations. But the substance of which is not necessarily a power politics related sort of arrangements. Again, for the lack of a better term, the typical middle power cooperation, international peacekeeping, human security, disaster relief, information sharing, and so forth. No serious elements of balance of power, let alone military balance of power. But this is an inevitable kind of, starting point among ourselves, even including Europe. And so that's how things are moving now. And my conclusion in Korea-hosted conferences like this is always to emphasize the critical importance of Japan-South Korea cooperation, and the lack of which is a huge loss for regional prosperity and stability. And again, obstacle to this is, of course, lack of trust, which many people talk about very often. But an important precondition to trust is empathy, and the lack of which is more serious issue, I would argue, between Japan and Korea. Elements of empathy are totally lacking. And empathy does not mean that you have to agree to your counterparts. But sometimes you have to think from the position of your counterpart, even though you do not agree to that, to the situations in your counterpart. But so trust building, many people talk about it, but the emphasis of the importance of empathy, I think, would be the first step. And the positive indication sign is that there is empathy between many peoples between Japan and Korea. That's increasing, if not at the governmental level, unfortunately, today. And the younger people's exchanges, I think they are always confirming this. And I used to bring my students to South Korea quite often to talk to Korean counterparts. And soon, the most promising thing that I, noticed was, rather than, asserting yourself, they start asking questions to your counterpart students. And why Japan is like this? Why do you say this? And so forth. And this was really, really, really encouraging. And the similar things are happening, Campus Asia programs among China, Korea, Japan. And students from 3 countries getting together and spending several, weeks or months together. And when they depart, almost for sure, they burst into tears. They hug each other and so forth. These things are evolving at the civil society level. So that is the hope. And I think among scholars like ourselves, I think there are some elements of empathy too. And so I'm optimistic about the future, but how long this future would be, I don't know, because there are counter forces against this positive development, as we all know. So I'll stop here, and I'm looking forward to lively discussions.
Okay.
Thank you, Chancellor Kim.
Thank you very much, Professor Soya. Always good to hear your positive comments and encouraging comments, and especially seeing that your background is green, so I hope the future can be green. But I have one specific question for you. Throughout this, we are going through this pandemic, we realize that, and many people criticize that there's no G2 or G1 or G0. And I think that criticism is related to your comments. So can middle powers, I know you are committed, your life is committed to this middle power. And you talked about this middle power can buffer or mitigate or to compensate this absence of leadership. And I know it's inevitable, we have no choice, but is it possible that I can ask? Another, regarding the question, let me give you a provocative kind of point, which is that in old times, that like Cold War times, and they tried to build their bloc by compensating or bribing to get them in. But now, they're trying to punish. They're trying to establish their bloc by punishing. And I think that's the tragedy that we have. I don't think it will be successful. I want to have your comment on that point. And the last, but not the least, please, Professor John, the floor is yours.
Yes. I think this is a very, very important topic, and I will just present my own views and my own analysis. And these presentations are my own, not representing the government. I think in order to have the answers to this question, this Northeast Asia peace and cooperation, I think we should be able to ask at least 3 questions, and we should be able to answer them. The first one is, where are we and who we are? And it's more like an environment where we are. And secondly, we have to raise and answer, do we have to be like this? Are we going to continue this path toward the bigger conflict or bigger DPRK's nuclear armament or Korea-Japan conflict? We have to raise the question, and we have to look for alternative path. And finally, so what do we do? What should we do if we have a different vision and a different goal? We have to look for find ways to get there. So I will very briefly. I don't have enough time to go through all these questions, but I'd like to just pass through a couple of these questions. In this Northeast Asia today, I would characterize that we are, this area is a very uniquely, have a couple of very unique characteristics. For example, like this. We have really overdevelopment of nationalism and the security competition and the bilateral alliance. On the other hand, we need a uniquely underdevelopment of regionalism and the security cooperation and the common security. It has been mentioned already. And also, this is the only region in the world without any regional cooperative mechanism. And furthermore, ironically, Korea, Japan, China are very much multilateralist, they are globalist, they are trade-oriented, they are economically interconnected, and they are very much open. But they are never less regionalist. And also, they are very open and generous to outsiders. Just like, Korea is having a lot of overseas assistance, and Japan, China too. But they are very suspicious and demanding to each other, insiders. These are very unique situations like this. And also, top 5 of 10, 5 of the top 10 military spending states in the world are here: US, China, Russia, Japan, South Korea. So we are very uniquely in this way situated. And then if we look at this Northeast Asia specifically, we have only a few countries, but we have broadened this to Asia we could have a much more cooperative, probably, and manipulative relationship. But if we are just focusing on Northeast Asia, we have only so far 4 states: US, China, 2 Koreas. Traditionally, we have only 3 states. In that case, it's very hard to have any kind of balancing or whatever European-like state systems, international society systems, where countries are getting together and having some society. But this is very much different from other areas, other parts of the world. Another slide that I want to share with you is that somehow this slide that I borrowed from Brzezinski's Grand Chessboard. This is a very famous slide showing where we are. The problem was that ever since 19th century, all this kind of confrontation and the devices, geopolitical graphics was somehow all up to us. And this kind of geopolitical competition and division are reimagined and reinforced. And now, when we are having this US-China competition, this is really reinvented. So the problem and the question here is that how do we overcome this kind of a geopolitical division? I think this is only part of should be our international politics. It should not be, predominating or prevailing image of what we are having in this region. That is, I think, one of the big problems that we have to overcome in order to have a better future. Then I think, despite a lot of pessimism but I think the regionalism could be possible in this area. Chancellor Kim raised that we have been repeatedly failing in coming up this. But still, here is a couple, some background and the factors that I think could be conducive to regional cooperation. Here we have a millennium-old history of a peaceful coexistence and exchanges. And only this peace was interrupted by regional wars very rarely, once every couple hundred years. And if you look back history, from 14th century to 16th century, and the 17th century to 19th century, 200 years, 300 years, we didn't have any war in the region. That's very unusual. If you look at any part of the world, any civilized part of the world, every decade, if not decades, every other, half a century, a quarter century, there are some regional wars. But this is a very uniquely having blessed with the old days. Somehow, it is our history of a peaceful coexistence. And also, there are very little unsolvable ethnic, tribal, and religious conflict in the region. And also, all states except North Korea, they are supporting multilateralism, free trade. They are supporting, as we heard today, rule-based international order, and they prefer peace and stability to conflict and war. And they are all trading states connected through regional global value chains. And also here, we already have a Korea, Japan, China trilateral summits that they are held annually. And we have a trilateral cooperation secretariat that was opened in 2011, and headquarters is stationed in Seoul. So I think there is some elements that we could be hoping for some regional cooperation. Then next, I'll spend a few more minutes that what do we do in order to have this regional peace and cooperation community. First, I think we have to normalize all bilateral relations. I think this normalization of diplomatic normalization, the very basic of solving all regional conflicts, bilateral problems, DPRK nuclear problems, inter-Korean conflicts. Without that, I think we don't have any necessary very basic conditions to pursue a regional peace and cooperation. So I hope that this inter-Korean relations, US DPRK and China and the Japan DPRK relations should be realized. Then we could have a much better chance of peace regime on the peninsula and also peace regime in the region, and having much better chance of solving DPRK nuclear problems. And also we need to by having a stronger institutionalization of Northeast Asia and any cooperative mechanisms. And I think this kind of annual conference, annual forum, certainly is going to be very helping us to have that. And also we need to much stronger Northeast Asia platform for peace and cooperation. And the Korean government and other governments are proposing that we need to have some regional cooperative mechanism for infectious disease control and the public health. I think we could launch that very fast, immediately. And also we need to strengthen Korea, Japan, China trilateral cooperation. We already have a secretariat, so we could have a much stronger fund, and I think that we could have a much better chance of having that. And thirdly, I think it's mentioned by Professor Soea that we need to have a middle power coalition. I think that's a very good idea. But also in addition to that, I'm proposing we need to have middle situated countries coalitions. All small and medium-sized countries, not only middle power, but all small and medium-sized countries in the region are somewhat squeezed between US-China competitions. So I want to, and the Korean government was proposing that we need to have this East Asia peace and prosperity zone with these combined efforts of all these small and medium-sized countries. Here, we could include all Southeast Asian countries, and especially notably Vietnam, Singapore, and Indonesia, and also we could have Australia. I think that could be certainly help. And fourth, we need to build a multi-layered and cross-cutting network of mini multilateralism. I think we know only one or two trilateralism not good enough. So in case of Korea, Japan, China's trilateral, we are pursuing plus mechanism. So we want to have Korea, Japan, China plus ASEAN, Central Asia, EU, Africa, Middle East. It could be another kind of a mechanism. And also, as mentioned by Professor Soea, Korea, Japan could have another plus. Korea, Japan plus US, Korea, Japan plus ASEAN, and Russia, or Australia, even EU. I think there's already some dialogue mechanisms. And also, I want to propose that two Koreas, we want to meet together with the US, China, EU, Japan, other countries. All this kind of a multi-layered, cross-cutting, mini multilateralism is going to help us to stabilize the region. And certainly I want to make sure that these multilaterals are not a coalition against any other outsiders. They should be inclusive and open, and they should be promoting, forwarding toward peace and cooperation. And finally, we need to build an epistemic community for regionalism. Despite all these governmental efforts for a longer time, for at least since the ending of the Cold War, we tried to pursue a regional security cooperation, but it was not really possible, very difficult. Nowadays, we are having very strong NGOs and the scholars, expert group, and the think tanks in the region. So I think we should be getting together and sharing our ideas about regionalism, regional cooperation, and with that we could persuade our government officials so that we could have a much better chances of achieving this regional security cooperation. One way of doing could be that we could organize, as we have done previously, East Asia Vision Group, and also this trilateral have a network of trilateral cooperation think tanks. We could expand them and we could empower them to have a much better cooperative efforts. And also, I'm proposing that we need to have a Northeast Asia or East Asia Peace and Cooperation Foundation to promote and to support any regionalist activities and studies. And also, with that, we could have also a research center really solely focused on Northeast Asia or East Asia cooperation. Then you could have a much better chances of building this epistemic community. Despite our repeated failures of building regional cooperative mechanism, I think still we have some chances. And as the Chancellor Kim mentioned earlier, that with a passion, I think this is the project we need to pursue with a passion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor John. Yeah, our time is down to 11 minutes, so we have a problem. Okay, I wish I could have a second round, and I think Professor John is on the side of hosting institutions, so I'll skip him for the second round. I hope he understands me. And including my question and questions from audience. So I'll give you like 3 minutes each, 3 minutes to each presenters, and starting with Professor Jha and Soeya, and the last comment I ask for James Shia. Please, more patience, please. Yeah, go ahead. 3 minutes, strict.
Okay, thank you. With regard to your question, why we have problems of engaging in hard and sensitive dialogues, or dialogues on hard issues. I think there are three factors involved. One is, I think the major countries in the region, especially China, Japan, and South Korea, still having problems with addressing the historical issues and also territorial disputes issues. Some other East Asian countries are also involved, have the problem of territorial issues. So there is a lot of a problem with the second problem, that is the lack of trust between us. The territorial and historical issues are emotionally charged and very sensitive political issues at home. So it makes constructive engagement kind of very difficult. And of course, on top of that, the third factor is the U.S. role. The U.S. role sometimes is very positive, sometimes quite negative. I think the U.S. approach to the region is more to promote, to strengthen and use military alliances and partnerships to, on a bilateral level, to engage in regional affairs, rather than promoting, more inclusive regional institutions. And that, to some extent, created a situation in which countries are divided. China, for example, feel excluded from such kind of arrangement. So I think all these factors are important. I think what we can do as East Asians is to, face and deal with the historical and territorial issues in a constructive manner, so that we can work together, and also we would welcome the U.S. to play a constructive role in the region, rather than and minimize the negative role in the region. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Soeya.
Well, Chancellor Kim, you said somebody is punishing somebody. Did you mean Japan is punishing South Korea or China is punishing South
No,
Korea?
actually, I meant, and actually not my mention. Some people say that, and including me. Okay, and the U.S. and China, all the time, U.S. and Soviet Union tried to bribe or giving things. For example, Marshall Plan and Molotov Plan, and to recruit. But now more like a punishment.
From both U.S. and China.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So that means they are in the middle of fighting and increasing intensity. But anyway, Janiko mentioned the lack of trust also, and maybe 3 minutes I will. That is one of the important, I think, very important questions, and talking about European experience. As I said, coal and steel community started in 1951, but Sherman Plan was announced in the previous year, I think May 1950, and so the intensification of Cold War. But Asia was not an external factor because it was indeed the Korean War, June 1950, which shocked everybody, Europeans as well. So Sherman Plan in May 1950, and 1 month later, Korean War happened, and then that led to the creation of coal and steel community in 1951. So I think the lesson here is, about the relationship between historical reconciliation and regional cooperation. In Europe, the need of cooperation preceded history reconciliation. But the important thing in European experience is these two dimensions developed into a positive cycle. Need of regional cooperation and the history reconciliation created positive cycle, I would think, overall. But in Asia, we had a chance in 1990. This is what I wrote at the introduction of my paper, without getting into deeper size. After the end of the Cold War, Japan engaged in history reconciliation business very seriously. And, Hosokawa Kim Yong-sam, summit in Kyonju was very positive. Hosokawa referring to the aggressive behaviors and apologized through the nationally televised television in South Korea. And there was Murayama statement and the Asian Women's Fund, and which led, so there was some positive cycle, which led to Kim Dae-jung Obuchi reconciliation in 1998. And, but a very unfortunate thing was, precisely because of this evolution of reconciliation between Seoul and Tokyo, there were reactions. We are both pluralistic societies. There are reactions from ideological ends of the political spectrum. In Japan, the people on the right-hand side of the ideological spectrum started to argue, this is too much, but in Korea, domestic reactions came from the totally opposite ideological end, from liberal side, saying, Japan is not serious, there are still problems, and so forth. And so precisely because of this reconciliation, domestic reactions, ideological reactions, came from totally opposite sides, in Japan on the one hand, and in Korea on the other hand, and which eventually evolved into negative cycle, rather than a positive cycle. And so this is a complex structure, very complex structure. And I think we are still suffering from this, kind of vicious cycle, structure over this issue. And so in many ways, these issues are domestic problems in each society. I think Japan and South Korea too, which creates sort of unfortunate sort of vicious cycle at the bilateral level. And so we had some chance in the 1990s, but we failed in, sort of, raising these opportunities into some real asset of regional cooperation. But now we, as I said, we are now faced with a totally new situation, whereby we have to once again to begin to think of regional cooperation from a totally different angle. And the need is more serious today, I think. In the 1990s, it was the end of the Cold War, which created an atmosphere in which, now that Cold War is over, so we can talk among ourselves. But today, as I said, it's the intensification of US-China rivalry, which are forcing us to come closer. And the external context is totally different. But so there are some merits in looking back on those experiences.
Can you wrap it up? Yeah.
And
Sorry.
we have to begin to think under the new situation today. Sorry, I spoke maybe.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the patience. And Professor Xia?
Chancellor, thanks very much. My two exam questions, if I remember them correctly, were the peace process on the Korean Peninsula, lessons from Europe, and reconciliation. They're linked, so I can just give one single short answer. I suppose that if you're looking at the peace process on the Korean Peninsula, the most relevant sort of European experience is, of course, German unification in 1990. I lived this very intensively, and for me, the big lessons at the time are as follows, and Chancellor, you have to think, whether these are at all applicable to the situation on the Korean Peninsula. I mean, the first thing was that it's much easier to reconcile between two countries or two systems which are democratic. France and Germany reconciled after the Second World War when Germany became an effective democracy for the first time in its history. It was internal political change that made that possible. Of course, with the two Germanies, it was different. Naturally, East Germany was communist, but there were certain factors. Number one, détente. The years before unification, even during the Cold War, the two Germanies were able to pursue a policy of détente based on visits, family reunification, based on the West German economic aid to East Germany, which East Germany became very dependent on. And the OSCE, which was referred to earlier, provided a framework of rules. They were pretty minimal, they were pretty basic, but they were obligations on the East German state. For example, not blocking the media, allowing West German television to penetrate, and so on. And so the ground was prepared. Now, this was important because it meant that although the East German regime continued to see West Germany as a fascist country, you remember the propaganda, the vast bulk of the East German population did not. Watching West German television, they, because of the person-to-person contacts, they knew the reality of the so-called capitalist system, and they were far more willing to embrace it. So that sort of groundwork, where you have a consistent set of rules which are applied. I know in the Korean Peninsula, with North Korea sort of cancelling the arrangements every 5 minutes, that sort of consistency is more difficult, but that's nonetheless, I think, a lesson. And number two was that the major powers were willing to allow German unification to go ahead. Gorbachev went to East Germany on the occasion of its 40th anniversary in 1949 and said, everybody goes their way. You remember the famous Frank Sinatra doctrine, my way. In other words, it was clear to the East Germans that they could not go back to the past because the Soviet Union would not allow that to happen. They were on their own. And so you have to have the support of the great powers. You have to have an international framework. Remember the 2+4 talks were designed, which meant that the great powers agreed on a common security solution. In the case of Germany, it was that Germany would be part of NATO. Even Gorbachev recognized that, counterintuitively, but he recognized that a Germany anchored in NATO was going to be a more predictable partner for Russia than a Germany which was, swinging around as a neutral state, not anchored between East and West. So getting that international framework in place is right. The other thing, though, is that suddenly, things happen, right? So Chancellor Kohl felt that the process would go on for 20 years. It didn't last 20 months. So be prepared for sudden shocks. Be prepared for surprises. Go slow, but you don't control events, and you need leadership to be able to rapidly adjust to a much more fast-moving situation. On reconciliation, leadership is key. So many leaders, Chancellor, who are the great heroes of reconciliation, were voted out of power in the next election. Look at, for example, Prime Minister Tsipras of Greece, who very bravely agreed to resolve the name dispute in Europe recently with North Macedonia. He paid the political price, but he will still go down in history as a great statesman. And although he was criticised by his opposition for that compromise, the opposition have been very happy to accept it. North Macedonia now has a name, and it's part of NATO. And what was said earlier about historical reconciliation, historical exactitude, and leaving that to historians and keeping the myths of history out of politics, I think is extremely important as well. And finally, you need not just inspired leadership, but you need to encourage those kind of civil society links that were being talked about too. So those were just some thoughts from my side. But again, thank you so much for the opportunity to join you today, even across all of these thousands of kilometers.
Okay.
I greatly enjoyed the experience, and I greatly learned from the insights of the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Shea. Yeah, we already passed the time, but bear with me for 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you very much. You know, believe me, for the past 30 years, I attended so many seminars. Time, never enough time. That's the truth, I think. And no players in this region is satisfied with the status quo, but at the same time, no players really committed themselves to change this because it's unknown territory. So maybe the time is ticking for a tipping point. I hope it's not too late. I think it's like Professor Soya talked about, it's inevitable. It's changing conditions, just pushing us to try to change and for the better. And thank you very much for your interest online. And I'm sorry for my poor management of time. And I'm sorry, Professor John. And thank you very much. And especially my gratitude towards the organizer and staffs. And Professor Hwang Il-do, Professor Song Tae-eun, thank you very much. Back to you.
Well, thank you once again, Chancellor Kim, as well as all of the speakers from overseas and our professor who is here on site as well. We're very sorry that we could not allow more time for discussion, but thank you once again for your avid participation. And of course, thank you to our audience online as well. We will now take a short break and resume with our next session. Our next session will be regarding the confidence building among the Korea, Japan, and China, and searching for practicalities. So, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the short break, and we will see you back here at 4 p.m. Thank you very much.
네, 이거 영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널입니다.
감사합니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume with session 2 of the 2020 Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum in just a few minutes. We kindly would like to ask all of our participants as well as staff members to please enter the hall and take their seats. Of course, in order to minimize any interruptions, we also kindly ask for you to please turn off your mobile phones or turn them to silent mode. We will soon begin at 4 p.m. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, for returning to session 2 of the 2020 Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum. And I am Ju-Yeon Cho once again greeting you after our first session today. We will now move on to our second session titled initial confidence-building measures among Korea, Japan, and China, and searching for practicalities. With that, I would like to turn the floor over to our moderator, President Kim Ki-jung of the Institute for National Security Strategy. So, moderator, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Ki-jung Kim. I'm a moderator of the session 2. Good afternoon to the, especially good morning to Patricia. Maybe you're very early in the morning, right? So in this session, we are about to discuss the many possible ways how to provide and how to promote the cooperation in non-traditional field of security, including humanitarian relief and joint disaster relief exercises, and military exchange and dialogue, and also maybe in the future that we could find some ways in the cooperation in health. So we invited 3 presenters. The Professor Park Chang-hee who is working as professor at Korea National Defense University. He is with us here. And then we have Wang Junsheng from China. He is professor of the Chinese Academy of Social Science. And also we have from Japan, Endo Ken, who is working as a professor of Hokkaido University. And also we have 4 discussants on here with us, Professor Kim Han-kwon, who is professor at Korea National Diplomatic Academy. He is with us today. And Chao Jin, who is associate research fellow at the China Institute of International Studies, and Mr. Yoshida Fumiko, who is now working as a director of a research center for nuclear weapons evolution at Nagasaki University, and Patricia Kim, who is senior policy analyst at the United States Institute of Peace. So we have 3 presenters and 4 discussants, and in a very limited time of 2 hours. And I'm going to ask you 10 minutes for each presenters and 7 minutes for each discussant. Shall we start with Professor Park Chang-hee?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Hello, I'm Chang-hee Park, professor of Korea National Defense University. First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to IFANS for having me at this wonderful forum. And I'm very pleased to meet all the distinguished guests in this seminar. I will present on Korea, China, Japan regional security cooperation, especially focusing on the establishment of Northeast Asian Defense Dialogue. In this session, we are to talk about assessing current bilateral military cooperation mechanisms and how to develop it into a multilateral mechanism. In that regard, I would like to propose an initiative somewhat ambitious and somewhat ideal, that is to create the Northeast Asian Defense Dialogue. We can call it NEAD. Military relation is a criterion to estimate the level of state-to-state relations, but we know that military relation has a clear limit in that it is subordinate to diplomatic relation, and it could not proceed without political approval. But I do think that despite of that kind of limit, military relation can lead or contribute to the development of state relation. In the 21st century, Korea, China, and Japan are not enemies, but regional partners for common prosperity. So if they could agree to establish multilateral military cooperation mechanism in any form, it will not only advance mutual military relations, but also contribute to the development of state-to-state relations. Then what are goals and characteristics of the NEAD? The NEAD aims to multilateralize military cooperation among regional countries which are currently dependent on bilateral relations, China, Russia, China, North Korea, Korea, the United States, and Japan, the United States, and so on. But now we are discussing multilateral mechanism, and I think the NEAD can be an option. Conceivably, starting from director level of talks at the first stage, the dialogue will be developed into a meeting hosted by defense ministers in the end. This will not be a simple annual dialogue among defense ministers, but a permanently institutionalized organization. In other words, a secretariat should be established to prepare regular meetings, coordinate agendas, make plans to implement the agendas, and evaluate the outcomes. And there are several characteristics of the NEAD. Firstly, the dialogue is not collective security mechanism to replace the existing bilateral alliance or to cope with traditional threats. Rather, it would be a consultative body to complement the existing security structure. Secondly, the purpose of the defense dialogue is not to resolve military security issues or conflicts between countries, but to provide a forum to discuss common security concerns. That is, it aims to increase mutual understanding, enhance military transparency, and build trust each other. And thirdly, if it's fully established as a regional institution, the dialogue can organize an action plan to deal with non-traditional threats together in contingency. Militaries of the three countries can jointly conduct operations to fight against piracy or rescue a salvaged ship. In summary, the defense dialogue can be upgraded step by step from the director level to the ministerial level and dealing with agendas from easy one to difficult one and advancing from consultation to combined action. The structure of the defense dialogue cannot be specified at this present stage, but you can roughly draft its architecture according to its functions, such as the Secretariat, Military Exchange Office, Comprehensive Security Office, and Training Office. You can see the structure in the figure 1. Firstly, the Secretariat is responsible for several tasks, such as preparing the defense dialogue, hosting meetings, and overseeing follow-up actions after the meeting. The Secretariat coordinates agenda to be dealt with in the defense dialogue by consulting with each country previously. The agenda may include military exchanges, ways of common response to comprehensive security threats, and bilateral, multilateral training between countries. The Secretariat is a permanent organization located in one of the three countries and consisted of representatives from each country. Secondly, the Military Exchange Office is in charge of inter-military exchanges which are vital to promoting military confidence building. The Military Exchange Office can arrange multilateral seminars on various military security issues and provide a room for sharing information on military activities and facilitate military-to-military exchanges of each country. Thirdly, the Comprehensive Security Office is in charge of cooperation, coordination, and control in responding to transnational threats. In order for the three countries to immediately promote security cooperation, it's desirable to start with non-traditional issues such as terrorism, infectious diseases, pirates, disaster relief, and joint maritime search and rescue operation. If fully developed, the office can manage to deal with real situation in case, for example, organizing a combined team or group to fight against pirates or provide humanitarian assistance for disaster relief. Fourth, the military training office is responsible for planning and conducting multilateral military exercise. Combined military training is required in peacetime, not only for building confidence, but also improving capabilities to jointly respond to transnational threats. In order to create a defense dialogue in Northeast Asia, a top-down strategy and a bottom-up strategy can be implemented at the same time. Firstly, the top-down strategy starts from government and go down to lower military organizations. Higher diplomatic and defense channels can be used to form a consensus on multilateral military cooperation among the countries. For example, concerned parties can raise the necessity of a multilateral defense dialogue through summit meetings and ARF architectures and other international conferences that high officials participate. Then, Joint Chiefs of Staff and its lower services can make an effort to share the necessity of multilateral cooperation through implementing military exchanges, military exercises, and military conferences. Secondly, the bottom-up strategy also can be promoted at the level of Ministry of Defense and Joint Chiefs of Staff. They can gradually upgrade the dialogue from lower level of context to minister level of meeting. For example, Korea, China, and Japan can begin with the director level of J5 meeting. Here the J5 means Strategic Planning Department of Joint Chiefs of Staff. And then we can elevate it to the chief director level of J5 and to the chairman of JCS, and further develop it into a meeting of defense ministers. If they discuss transnational security issues at the meeting and decide to have joint military exercises like trilateral search and rescue exercise, possibly on the East China Sea, it would gravely contribute to shape a strong consensus on the necessity of NIAD. The goal of NIAD is to build trust and activate military cooperation among Korea, China, and Japan. It's not a collective security architecture to replace the existing bilateral alliance or to cope with traditional threats, but rather a minister-level consultative body to supplement the existing security structure. However, it will stay at just talking. If well settled down, the dialogue will provide effective mechanism for joint action to regional contingencies in case. Of course, in the process of establishing the mechanism, Northeast Asian countries like the United States, Russia, Mongolia, and North Korea can participate. The NIAD can expedite regional security cooperation more proactively. For example, it can raise East Asian arms control as an agenda. The international community already experienced an agreement on arms control in 1922, the Washington Conference, where the United States and other countries agreed to limit their numbers and tons of their ships, but it failed due to violation of some countries. But today, this kind of arms control measure can be worked, I think. We have, compared to 19th century, 20th century, we have more advanced communication networks, surveillance systems, and institutional mechanism and international organization to put pressure. If arms control could be agreed among major Asian countries, including the United States and Russia, it will greatly contribute to prevent arms race and promote regional stability. The creation of NIAD will provide an important momentum to promote security cooperation in the future. Obviously, the way is long and tough. There surely exists lots of doubts and skepticism. However, doing something is better than doing nothing, and it's the time to get regional states initiate the dialogue with more elaborate and feasible schemes. Thank you.
Professor Park. He seems to be suggesting a very interesting idea. that the so-called Northeast Asian Defense Dialogue, maybe we can expect that this would be a very initial form of the institutional settings for the regional cooperation in the field of security. And it would be a very initial stage if we succeed. The initial stage of the regional arms control. Very interesting. Maybe we can discuss about it later. The second presenter, I'd like to invite Professor Wang Junsheng from China. Hi, Professor Wang. Hi, how are you?
Yeah.
I'll give you 10 minutes.
Yeah. Professor Kim, it's my great pleasure to be here. I would like to focus on non-traditional security issues. I think my topic is COVID-19 and regional cooperation among China, Japan, and South Korea. I think COVID-19 has highlighted the importance of regional cooperation in East Asia. I think which is conducive for confidence building in this region. My first point is the driving force for promoting regional economic cooperation among China, Japan, and South Korea has been increased, but the future still remains uncertain. My first reason is the trend of globalization evolving to regionalization in recent years has promoted Northeast Asia pay much more attention to regional cooperation. The second reason is the European countries and American have been hit hard by this pandemic. Therefore, the import and export of China, Japan, and South Korea cannot still rely on European and American countries. My third reason is the potential for regional cooperation among China, Japan, and South Korea is relatively large, it's huge. As we know, China, Japan, South Korea are accounting for 21% of the global population, 23% of global GDP, and 19% of global trade. But on the other hand, we can see the index of economic interdependence among these three countries is only 19%, while that of North American countries reach 40%, and the European countries as high as 64%. So I think the potential for regional cooperation among China, Japan, and South Korea is relatively large. I think this is also one of the crucial reasons why Asian countries' economies can easily be affected by European and American countries. My fourth reason is, as we can see, the solution and countermeasures facing this pandemic highlight the common identity among China, Japan, and South Korea. Identity, I think, is very, very important. Yeah, in this pandemic, we can see such as putting people's lives as the first priority by government, the unity and discipline shown by people, as well as close cooperation by us. I think all of this reflect we all belong to Asian countries, belong to Confucian culture. I think this pandemic, this epidemic has promoted China, Japan, and South Korea to rethink the identity, such as who we are, where we are from, whom we may become, and how do we represent ourselves. Yeah, I think this pandemic shows the reality that China, Japan, and South Korea, we all belong to Asian culture. I think this is a natural advantage of cooperation among our three countries and regional cooperation. So, because of the reasons I mentioned above, we can say since the end of Cold War, the driving force for regional cooperation among China, Japan, and South Korea has never been more important than it is today. At the same time, we should see the reality. The future for regional cooperation still remains uncertain. As we can see, Japan and South Korea have been troubled with history issues, and China's relation with Japan is also showing some problems. Anyway, I think the increased momentum for economic cooperation in this region can play a very important role for confidence building in this region in the near future. My second point is the driving force for cooperation in non-traditional security fields have been increased, and the future is bright. In the past, I think we gave less attention to non-traditional security issues among our relations, among China, Japan, and South Korea. But this COVID-19 epidemic also enhanced the impact of non-traditional security on the relationship between our three countries. For example, due to the epidemic, the scheduled visits of Chinese leader Xi Jinping to Japan and South Korea had to be postponed. In addition, as we can see, the close ties of our three countries are deeply affected by this epidemic. I noticed on April 6th, the number of Chinese citizens who entered South Korea turned out to be zero in this one day. So I think it's very impressive. I think zero, which that number previously averaged around 20 per day. So in this situation, I think firstly, in order to win the pandemic, China, Japan, and South Korea, as three important countries in Asia, we should first strengthen the cooperation in the field of public health. The health departments and scientific research units in our three countries should establish regular cooperation mechanism for joint research on related topics. The second point I want to propose is our three countries should also establish joint response mechanism for public emergencies. This includes public health, social security, natural disasters, and so on. China, Japan, and South Korea are all countries with frequent occurrences of natural disasters, but we lack such kind of cooperation mechanism. The last point I want to make proposal is science and technology cooperation. It's a very important field. I think we should pay attention to among our three countries. As we know from the history perspective to see, the previous three scientific revolutions were all led by European and American countries. However, in the new scientific and technological revolution that are currently developing, China, Japan, and South Korea all have shown some certain advantages and have the potential to lead the revolution for technology. I think if we can contribute to the new technological revolution through our cooperation, I think it will be a huge contribution to the entire mankind. So, in conclusion, a summary is, I think cooperation in non-traditional security fields is relatively less sensitive, which should be firstly promoted by us. This is also the initial confidence building among our three countries. I think if cooperation in non-traditional security areas performs well, it also can promote economic and security cooperation of our three countries. I think meanwhile, we also should take this opportunity to accelerate economic cooperation, such as FTA negotiation among China, Japan, and South Korea. So, okay, I would stop here. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. I think you're well summarized that our the necessity of the cooperation in the region, that especially in the era of COVID-19, you well summarized that the normative observation for the regional cooperation, and well, I think this is a very interesting paper. The third presenter from Japan, from Hokkaido University, I'd like to invite Professor Endo Sensei. You became a dean. Congratulations.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, Endo Sensei, 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman, Professor Kim. Hello from Sapporo, where you used to be. And thanks again for the organizers. I'm quite honored to be invited here. And I also like the sort of tone of this conference and orientation of the of this conference that the organizer have taken, learning lessons from Europe, thinking about this part of the world. I myself was trained as a regionalist as well as Europeanist, thinking always about East Asia as well. So thank you for the project. Now, my main point in that way is, regional cooperation in this Northeast Asia is both desirable and necessary, but at the same time, it would not be sustainable without some sort of prior settlement in the normative domain, as well as an American support or at least acquiescence. This is the main point that I want to make. Now, first of all, listening to the earlier sessions, I must say that I stayed Europe for more than 10 years and then wrote the history of European integration, something like more than 1,000 pages in Japanese, I'm sorry. But having heard the previous presentations, I was almost shocked that there are so many flattering discourses, romanticizing discourses about European experiences. It's almost untenable to model on the Franco-German axis in thinking about this part of the world, either for the Sino-Japanese or Korean-Japanese relations, mainly because, the both of France and West Germany were liberal democratic, while the Sino-Japanese relations cannot expect the same thing. And the France and Germany prior to the war were both sovereign states, while the sadly and unfortunately, the Korea was under the occupation and an annexation by Japan. Now, this makes our relations more akin to the German-Polish relations. And then I hope that I don't sound the downgrade in the importance of European analogy, because the German-Polish relations had significant progress after the Cold War, and certainly Japan and Korea can model on that the progress. Now, related. Any talk about functional cooperation or non-traditional security issue cooperation, whatever you say, is also, have to be taken carefully, because the European coal and steel community did not take place without any prior settlement in terms of geopolitics and so on. About the regime, West Germany and France were both democratic prior to embarking on functional cooperation. Second, within the context of Cold War, American was pushing to integrate these two countries. And then that was quite important for these two countries to launch the steel and coal cooperation. So, functionality itself does not guarantee an easy task. The geopolitically as well as regime differences, these issues were settled prior to the launching of functional cooperation. If we are to learn from European experiences, and I can go on and on about this. Now, what I'm trying to say here is limit of any easy analogy. And I'm with the conference organizers here. Some of you refer to the Franco-German or European integration models. This is not the case in thinking about this part of the world. The conference organizers in Seoul were careful enough to look to the CSCE model, not the European integration model. This model was trying to transcend the regime differences, liberal democratic or communist, authoritarian and so on. I think, this is important in overcoming, the considerable obstacles in promoting the regional cooperation in this part of the world. Now, so I agree to the CSCE model, but not so many people take this model seriously so far. If we take this model seriously, that CSCE model was based on a set of principles, okay? One, first and foremost, it was a principle of recognizing the post-war status quo, both in terms of statal existence and effective control of territoriality. This was a central element of Ostpolitik à la Willy Brandt, the then West German Chancellor. He accepted the existing state of East Germany, which was obviously painful. He accepted the existing borders. Okay, so if we are to follow the Helsinki process and CSCE model, we need to freeze the existing realities. And are we prepared for that? This is a precondition for any confidence building. Are we prepared to accept that for North Korea, Taiwan, Senkaku, Dokdo? Well, you take any. Okay, this is a fundamental question before thinking about any functional cooperation, whatever. Second, equally necessary was not to use the force to change the post-war status quo. The existing realities might only be changed through the mutually agreed dialogues and procedures. Do we have that agreement in this part of the world, in Northeast Asia? This is the type of question that we have to pose. Now, another feature of Helsinki process as well as CSCE model is the creation of human rights basket in parallel with those of the environmental protection and the economic cooperation. Are we going to talk about human rights? This was one of the three pillars of CSCE models. If we are serious about this, we have to face this question. I believe that the prospect for a better region hinges upon the manner in which an individual is treated, whether he or she is under the, equality under the law, guaranteed freedom of belief, thought, expression, assembly, vote, granted a set of minority rights, such as languages, religions, and autonomy. Are we prepared to face that? Now, this is important because any despotic and dictatorial regime discarding the human rights tends to be arbitrary in its judgment and behaviors, hampering the respect of the equality applied, the standards, accepted standards, and so on. So now it's okay to have the functional cooperation. It's okay to have a dialogue, but without this sort of stable preconditions, it can be cancelled out at any time. And that has happened in the past. So we have to face these hard questions. It's not about hard security, but hard questions. Now, one more separate thing. Politically speaking too, the CSA model, the Helsinki process, requires us to think carefully about the processes to achieve the regional cooperation. The Brandt government was mindful of two partners in pursuing Ostpolitik, the United States and France. And by the way, this Ostpolitik was radical in many ways because it was going beyond the regime differences, the across the Iron Curtain. It's like going beyond the regime differences, meaning, from democratic side to the, authoritarian side, which is radical. Second, it was made by a nation defeated by the United States. So United States was quite fearful, in fact, the hostile to the idea of Ostpolitik at the beginning. Brandt government lobbied quite hard and carefully, which was met with some partial success. And at the same time, the Ford government, Nixon and Ford government were weakened, when Brandt government promoted this process. So, the opposition was a bit weak. Now, again, I'm not literally translating the Helsinki model to this part of the world, but important is to secure a American acquiescence. The Brandt was mindful of that. Are we prepared to push for that? I suspect that this is not an easy exercise because Japan has had several, a few setbacks in the 1960s when Japan wanted to establish an Asian Development Bank, and in the late 1990s when Prime Minister Miyazawa took the initiatives, which eventually led to the Chiang Mai Initiative. But it was met by the fierce opposition from Washington, D.C. I think this is not an easy task. And it happens that the new Biden administration is likely to go back to the conventional path, urging friendly allies to cooperate with each other. In this case, Japan and Korea. And that administration might well get hostile to an ally, reaching out to a security opponent beyond the regime differences, particularly when there is a hard bipartisan consensus against China at Washington, D.C. Now, I do not see, perhaps contrary to the previous speakers, I do not see an opportunity widening currently for the regional cooperation. Now, back to the human rights issues, the situation does not help the joint venture in Northeast Asia. The tide is basically against, in Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, Hong Kong.
Professor Endo,
I'll give you 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes to wrap up.
Yes, and you know this situation is not good. It's worrisome, and the commercially too, the growing economic power of China has been somewhat weaponized. You know, against Japan in early 1910s, to South Korea 2017, and currently Australia. So you know the arbitrary treatment is not helpful in building a confidence. This is my point. Now I'm gonna wind up by just saying that if we are to go for a confidence building exercise here in this part of the world, we need to be principled. Peaceful territorial change, primacy or at least the importance of human rights, no discrimination, and no first military strike, and so on. We have to be clear about these principles. And then politically, we need to have, the acquiescence at least for this sort of exercise. And then if we are to make a joint declaration to that purpose, I think there is no reason that Washington, D.C. will oppose. I'm going to stop here and leave for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Endo Sensei, as a well-known expert in European politics, I think you may point out very important things, especially if we say applicability of the European way of the cooperation, or in the case of a CSSC, it could be applicable to Northeast Asian future. Now we like to move on to 4 discussant. Shall we start with the Professor Chao Jin from China? I'll give you 7 minutes for discussion.
Okay. Hello. Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Sure. Very good.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I'm very honored to participate in this conference and share with you some of our personal views on the China-Japan maritime and aerial communication mechanism and the possibilities of extending it into a multilateral mechanism. As we all know, the China-Japan maritime and aerial communication mechanism is a crisis management mechanism established by the defense departments of both countries to prevent friction or conflict between their frontline forces at the sea and in the air. As early as 2007, during his visit to Japan, Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao reached a consensus with Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe on establishing a maritime communication mechanism. But the consultation on a communication mechanism between Japan and China was stagnant for a few years, and things turned better in November 2014 when the Chinese State Councilor Yang Jiechi met with visiting National Security Advisor of Japan, Shotaro Yachi. They reached a 4-point agreement. I think the 3rd point of which is most related to our topic, and it reads as follows, quote, "The two sides have acknowledged that different positions exist between them regarding the tensions which have emerged in recent years over the Diaoyudao Islands and some waters in the East China Sea. And the two sides agreed to prevent the situation from aggravating through dialogue and consultation and establish crisis management mechanism to avoid contingencies," unquote. After 2 months later, after the meeting between Shotaro Yachi and Yang Jiechi in January 2015, the expert consultation on establishing the maritime communication mechanism was resumed in Tokyo. And in December 2017, the two sides held the 8th round of high-level consultations on maritime affairs and made positive progress in establishing and launching the air and sea liaison mechanism between the defense ministries of China and Japan. In May 2018, Chinese Premier Li Keqiang arrived in Tokyo to attend the 7th China-Japan ROK leaders meeting and pay an official visit to Japan. As one of the important achievements of the high-level meeting, the two defense departments signed a memorandum on the maritime and aerial communication mechanism and decided to activate the mechanism on June 8, 2018. In December 2018, Chinese and Japanese defense authorities held the first annual meeting and a special meeting of the China-Japan Maritime and Aerial Communication Mechanism, and the two sides agreed to set up the establishment of a direct hotline under the mechanism and fully tap into the potential of the mechanism to push forward bilateral defense relationship. And then the defense authorities of the two countries held an expert consultation for the hotline of the maritime and aerial communication mechanism in February 2019. And the two sides are maintaining good communication on the establishment of a hotline and are making steady progress. Since its establishment over 2 years ago, the maritime and aerial communication mechanism between Chinese and Japanese defense authorities has been functioning well and playing a positive role in safeguarding peace and stability in the East China Sea. And China is willing to work with the Japanese side to implement the consensus reached by the two heads of state, enhance exchanges and communication between the two defense authorities, properly manage the differences, enhance mutual trust on security so as to create favorable conditions for the development of the China-Japan relations in the new era, and also to make contributions to regional peace and stability. As regards the possibilities of extending the China-Japan maritime and aerial communication mechanism to a multilateral mechanism, from my perspective, it depends on the will and needs of the countries in the region. In the Northeast Asia region, except the DPRK, North Korea, China, Russia, and the US, Japan, and the ROK, South Korea are all member countries of the Western Pacific Naval Symposium and have signed the Code for Unplanned Encounter at Sea, also known as CUES, which applies to warships and aircraft of their navies. That is to say, there has been a certain basis for cooperation with regards to crisis management mechanism among relevant actors in the region. And the cooperation areas that may need to be expanded include setting up rules of behavior for air-to-air encounters, which apply to aircraft of their air force, or establishing institutionalized and small-scaled annual meetings among regional actors. In my opinion, if establishing a multilateral maritime and aerial communication mechanism would be carried forward in the region, it should start with the easier tasks before moving on to the more difficult ones. For example, to start the consultation on a three-party mechanism among China, Japan, and the ROK. Assuming that a similar China-Japan ROK maritime and aerial communication mechanism could be established and functioning well, it may be taken into consideration of admitting Russia and the US as a member or observer state, even inviting the DPRK as a member or observer state when appropriate. I'll stop here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Chow. Now I'd like to invite from Japan side, Dr. Yoshida from Nagasaki University. Yoshida Sensei, onegaishimasu.
Thank you very much. It is quite honorable for me to be with you on this very important panel. For me, the most impressive comment, explanation until now was from Park, Mr. Dr. Park. His idea of NIET, the Northeast Asia Defense Dialogue Initiative. It's quite interesting. And also the point he made about possible regional arms control initiative in the future, that sounds quite inspiring for me. Because I'm working on basically about nuclear disarmament issues here in my institute, research center. So I'm looking back, sort of European history in the Cold War and also right after Cold War, arms control was a very important instrument, policy instrument for confidence building and also security, national and international security itself. So considering that experience, I'd like to emphasize the significance of our effort in this region as a common interest to how to reduce nuclear risk in this hotspot of nuclear arms race in the world. It's one way to start from non-traditional security agendas. It's a good idea and a good step. But also, we cannot avoid traditional hard security issues and on top of that, the nuclear issues. So one point I'd like to emphasize is a comment, the remarks by Mr. Biden. When he wrote his article in last April for the Foreign Affairs magazine in the United States, he said he will initiate the policy of, try to initiate the policy of so-called sole purpose policy. It is about the purpose of nuclear deterrence. The only purpose of nuclear deterrence is to deter nuclear attack from the other side. So that means almost identical to the idea of no first use of nuclear weapons, which was for a long time, it has been a declared policy of the Chinese government. So once Mr. Biden actually initiated this idea of sole purpose policy, then maybe China and the US have a chance, good chance, new window of opportunity to talk about strategic issues in this region. And also Mr. Biden said, when he really starts that initiative, the US will the US will have a consultation with allies in this region, namely ROK and Japan. So in that big picture or possible development, we have to prepare to think about how his initiative can trigger a new, open up a new field of arms control arena, including nuclear issues. And it cannot happen soon, or it takes a long time to complete something practical. But the arms control is a very important policy tool, not just for conclusion. Its process itself is a very important policy tool for confidence building measure, transparency, or the information sharing or something like that. So, my sort of proposal is we had better sort of a parallel approach. One way is non-traditional security issues, and same time we had better consider the very hard issues, something like nuclear weapon, nuclear risk reduction, and also the possibly covering the conventional arms control issues. So without those the consideration vis-a-vis hard security issues, maybe we can go to some extent, I mean, confidence building measures process, but somewhere we may be stuck due to the traditional security setbacks. So let me propose that we think these issues in parallel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yushita Sensei. Now, I'd like to give you a chance to speak. Patricia Kim from Washington. Dr. Kim, please, 7 minutes.
Great. Well, thank you, Professor Kim, and thank you to KNDA and IFANS for inviting me to this conference. It's a great pleasure to see many old friends on screen, and I'm glad to be able to join this event virtually. I would also like to note that the views and opinions that I express today are purely my own, and they don't represent the U.S. Institute of Peace or any other institution that I'm affiliated with. So first of all, I enjoyed the presentation by Drs. Wang, Endo, and Park, and I want to commend them for putting interesting proposals on the table for us to consider. I thought all of the papers that they circulated were very realistic in recognizing the immense challenges that the region faces in creating effective confidence-building measures and multilateral mechanisms, given the deep lack of trust among all of the region's players that are rooted in a number of conflicting security interests and long-term strategic objectives, different values and political systems, as well as long-term historical grievances. And I think all of the speakers also acknowledge that without the strong commitment of top leaders, the buy-in of political elites in each state, and for Seoul and Tokyo, close coordination with the United States, it will be difficult for any confidence-building measure or multilateral mechanism to function properly. So first, I have 3 points on Dr. Wang's paper, which recommends expanding economic cooperation among China, South Korea, and Japan as a way to build confidence and deepen trilateral ties. As Dr. Wang points out, there is indeed room for growth in inter-Northeast Asian trade. And I would also like to add that the 3 states' respective regional visions, including South Korea's New Northern and New Southern policies, Japan's Indo-Pacific vision, and China's Belt and Road Initiative, all aim to deepen regional trade and connectivity in order to advance peace and stability. So I think there's a considerable amount of overlap between these initiatives and potential for the 3 states to work together as leading economies of Asia. In addition, the United States' own Indo-Pacific strategy calls for boosting multilateral economic cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. And I believe many US observers recognize the positive impact that US allies and partners can have in shaping the economic rules and norms in the arena and helping to increase the quality, transparency, and accountability of regional development projects. And therefore, I believe that Washington could welcome increased trilateral economic cooperation between the 3 states, provided there is close consultation and coordination with its 2 allies. Now, one point that Dr. Wang's paper makes that I disagree with is his suggestion that economic cooperation with Beijing must be based on the understanding that South Korea and Japan will, quote, not choose sides between China and the United States. And he points out that this is a fundamental basis for the healthy development of relations with China. Now, I think demanding complete neutrality is an unrealistic expectation given the fact that South Korea and Japan's respective alliances with the United States are central to their vital security interests. And I would also note here that Beijing's use of economic coercion to advance its own security interests at times has played a large role in hampering economic cooperation between China and South Korea, China and Japan, as well as China's relationships with other US allies. And so I agree with Dr. Endo, who writes in his paper that without a commitment by all players to refrain from weaponizing trade for political purposes, it'll be very difficult to deepen economic cooperation in Northeast Asia beyond the level that exists today. Now, finally, Dr. Wang also recommends that South Korea, Japan, and China should build confidence by advancing non-traditional security cooperation in areas such as public health, disaster relief, and science and technology, as these areas are often considered less contentious. But I think the events of the last few years have shown us that even non-traditional security issues come with political restraints. They come with traditional security risks. For instance, I think the three states' different political systems and standards when it comes to transparency and accountability can pose challenges for public health cooperation. And when it comes to science and technology, I think the reality is there are certain security risks, some of which can be managed and others which simply cannot be, that will limit the breadth and depth of science and technology cooperation that's possible among all of the three states. Now, having said all of this, I believe that all of the key regional players, including the United States, recognize that multilateral cooperation on non-traditional security issues is absolutely necessary. So I agree with the notion that Dr. Wang proposes that we need to find ways to appropriately advance such cooperation while managing the risks. And I think doing so will help build confidence to tackle other difficult traditional security challenges that are in the region. Now, moving on to Professor Park, I very much enjoyed Professor Park's very detailed proposal for the creation of a Northeast Asia Defense Dialogue. I think the dialogue that he envisions is relatively realistic and modest in scope, given that it aims to be a consultative body as opposed to one that independently resolves security issues or replaces other existing security mechanisms. I think, as he notes, the challenge lies in making sure that any kind of dialogue doesn't become another talk shop. And I think some additional measures that one might consider to make sure that the dialogue is actually fruitful is to devote meetings to very specific security challenges as opposed to broad, unwieldy discussions. Ensure that there's continuity among the participants to promote the construction of long-standing relationships, and also include outside experts who can bring unconventional proposals to the table that perhaps Track 1 participants may not be able to. Professor Park's proposal also notes that in later stages, the dialogue can be elevated to coordinate joint action on regional and global contingencies in the non-traditional security realm. And he talks about public health issues, counter-piracy, counterterrorism, among other issues as potential areas of cooperation. Now, in addition to the potential constraints that I mentioned on public health cooperation earlier, I think another area that would be difficult is counterterrorism. And this is because there are fundamental differences between Beijing and the United States and its allies on their respective definitions of counterterrorism. And I think Beijing's human rights violations that are ongoing in Xinjiang and Tibet under the label of counterterrorism makes it very difficult for counterterrorism cooperation to happen. In contrast, I think a promising area to look at is counter-piracy efforts in regions further afield, such as in the Gulf of Aden and the Strait of Hormuz. And I think there are natural mutual interests for all three of the Northeast Asian states, as well as the United States and Europe and other countries who depend on open sea lanes for the free flow of trade and energy resources. Also, with China and Japan's respective military bases out in Djibouti, and the ROK Navy's continued contributions to counter-piracy efforts, I think this could be a very promising area of cooperation, provided there is intimate consultation and coordination among Seoul, Tokyo, and Washington to make sure that the allies are on the same page and are continuing to work to jointly advance shared interests and objectives. Finally, I enjoyed reading Professor Endo's paper, and I found his comparison of the CSCE model and the European experience to the situation in Northeast Asia very interesting. And I also liked his idea of working toward a principal regional order. While I agreed with many of the sober assessments in his paper, one area where I have a slightly more optimistic outlook is on securing the United States endorsement for greater Northeast Asian cooperation. As I mentioned earlier, if one looks at the United States Indo-Pacific strategy, it very much welcomes the greater involvement of US allies and partners in regional development projects and in the region at large, based on the idea that they can exert a positive influence on shaping norms and rules in the region. And while the US Indo-Pacific strategy is a product of the Trump administration, I think there's reason to believe that there will be continuity on these particular points, given President-elect Biden has also stressed over and over that he believes US friends and allies have a great role to play in shaping the rules of the road. So to conclude, I don't think Washington would oppose on principle greater multilateral cooperation among Seoul, Tokyo, and Beijing, provided there is close consultation and coordination among the allies. And I think the US could potentially see its allies' deeper relationships and influence with Beijing as an asset to constructively shape China's behavior and its choices. So let me end my remarks here, and I will look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. You did a good job as discussant. Now I'd like to invite the last discussant from Korean side, Professor Kim Ang-won from Korea National Diplomatic Academy. Professor Kim.
Right, thank you very much, Chairperson. And I sincerely appreciate South Korea MOFA and KNDA IFANS having me here at this wonderful forum with these distinguished scholars and experts. First of all, I agree with most of part of Dr. Wang Junxiang's arguments, especially agree with that we should establish multilateral cooperation mechanisms to cope with COVID-19 in the Northeast Asian region. Amid the global third wave of COVID-19, it is necessary to work together among Northeast Asian countries to overcome the contagious disease once again after SARS and MERS. Based on Dr. Wang's perspective, I would like to add one more point to maintain regional peace and stability. That is about North Korea issue. My point is that we people living in the Northeast Asian region should make international effort to prepare for the COVID-19 emergency situation in North Korea. Of course, Pyongyang has continuously announced that there is no chronic in the north. However, besides some scholars' skeptical views on the zero chronics in North Korea, there is always a possibility of the outbreak and spread of COVID-19 in the north. From the South Korean perspective, North Korea has recently suffered from triple distress. These are first, international sanctions against the nuclear and missile development program. Second, COVID-19 factors. Third, hitting by natural disaster in 2020, this year. Particularly the triple distress have significantly harmed the North Korean economy. For example, in this year, North Korea's economy may shrink the most of 6%. Shrink the most since 1997, the year of Asian financial crisis occurred. The North Korean economy risks contractions of 6% this year as COVID-19 virus hit its trade. Can I see the data which I preferred? This is the best picture that I found in the various data. If we can see the 2018, this is the bilateral trade volume between China and North Korea. As we can see in 2018, it's significantly decreased. And if we see the 2020 after the COVID-19 outbreak in the region, the bilateral trade volume has once more significantly decreased. So, and after the Pyongyang sealed the country's border earlier this year to halt COVID-19. According to the data from China's Customs General Administration, both in March and April, North Korea's exports to China fell more than 90% from a year ago. Under all these circumstances, the outbreak and the spread of COVID-19 in North Korea will bring serious economic and political, and the worst case, probably military security concerns, not only to North Korea, but also to the Northeast Asian countries. And I would like to argue that South Korea, China, Japan should work together to adopt a multilateral humanitarian approach to North Korea. I'm wondering what are the China and Japan's position on these suggestions. Dr. Wang and Professor Endo, can please let us know you and your country's views on these issues. Next, I would like to discuss hard security issues. Recently, I had a very wonderful discussion with Professor Hwang Il-do, who is in charge of this 2020 NAPC Forum. He said, and I fully agree with that, most of conference and fora regarding regional security issues mainly dealt with non-traditional security issues because hard security issues are very sensitive and hard to make a meaningful result or agreement. However, if we really want to see or aim to maintain regional peace and stability, we definitely dealt with hard security issues. In the early session, the Chancellor of KNDA, Kim Jun-young, also raised the similar questions about hard security issues. I'd like to once more to raise these questions to the presenters. I think first of all, in the same light, I would like to express my thanks to the preparation team of this forum because this session well balanced traditional issues and traditional security issues and non-traditional security issues. But at the same time, I'd like to more focus on hard security issues that if we can, it is possible we can establish a regional security community in Northeast Asia. I'd like to say thank you to excellent presentation dealing with these hard security issues to the Professor Endo Ken. And also I'd like to send my question to him that is it possible if we can establish regional security community in Northeast Asia? Because I sincerely welcome that Japan and China reportedly discussed to enhance CBM's confidence building measures when Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi visited Japan between November 24th and 5th in this year. Countries in Northeast Asia are willing to, in my understanding, engage in practical CBMs to adjust between two or more states, possibly to reduce inaccurate perceptions of motivation, to avoid misunderstandings about military actions and policies, and to foster cooperation and interdependence. Then, in my understanding, probably next step can be to establish regional security community. Professor Ken, what is your view on establishing the Northeastern Asian security under the condition of this intensifying U.S.-China strategic competition? And also, I agree with you that when you pointed out the human rights issues and probably the different ideology and different political system, in my understanding, in addition to the territorial dispute and also historical legacies issues in the region, probably U.S.-China strategic competition and also those kind of values are another kind of obstacles to establish our the regional security community. So do you think it is possible or we don't have any possibility to establish those kind of communities? I'd like to listen your the comments on these issues. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kim, you also made a very interesting point, and we all concerned with the today's situation in international politics in the name of Sino-American rivalry. So I think you raised a question to Endo, Professor Endo, that it would be possible or not under the circumstances of Sino-American rivalry.
All right.
And then we could think about how do we think about multilateral cooperation in this region, right?
Yes.
Maybe that question would also apply to Professor Park. You know, our floor, some expert on the Korean side, he also raised a question that the same kind of question to the Professor Park, that we are deeply concerned with the Sino-American rivalry, and then so in this situation, NEA DD would be feasible or not? That was, maybe you can also answer to that question too. Now, it's time to discussion. So far, I think I am very successful to dictate the time. I'm not a dictator, but in a very successfully dictating the time. So we have 45 minutes to discussion. For discussion. I'd like to give you a chance to Professor Park first. You can answer, or you can discuss the point that the discussant had raised. Professor Park?
Yes, actually, my idea on the creation of NEAD is looks like word somewhat idealistic. So many questions about the feasibility on that, but the Professor Endo mentioned that there should be some kind of principles. There's kind of a precondition for a multilateral cooperation, and he suggests normative settlements such as human rights, rule of law, liberty and freedom, sort of things. And secondly, he mentioned about U.S. support, but maybe it is quite a precondition for regional countries to build confidence and proceed into well-organized mechanism to facilitate cooperation. I agree, but we have to look at the reality. If we fully satisfy those preconditions, how will it take to get some kind of dialogue and make agreement to establishment of that kind of mechanism? And I want to ask Professor Endo, do you really think that if we get together and make some kind of agreement for multilateral approach to our regional security issues, especially regarding on transnational security issues, should we fully satisfy those preconditions as you mentioned? That's my question to Professor Endo, and I want to answer the question of feasibility of the NEAD. Actually, Dr. Kim said that Joe Biden, he will not oppose any kind of regional cooperative mechanism because U.S. allies, Korea and Japan, can get together with China and possibly other countries, including North Korea and Mongolia. Then we can share some international value or norms with Chinese counterparts. And that will helpful to Joe Biden's administration's policy toward Asia, I think. So even though Sino-American rivalry would be deepened, also Joe Biden mentioned that he could cooperate with China regarding the issues of pandemic diseases and climate changes, sort of things. So there will be some kind of strategic space that we can share together that's the area of transnational issues and issues. So even though the the countries, China and Japan and Korea, has some kind of different views on human rights issues and other political, ideological issues. But what I'm talking about is the need is on the military side. It does not necessarily link to those political and ideological issues. This will start from the lower level of director level, maybe, of discussion, and we can get together the exercise like search and rescue. In fact, between China and Korean military, at least we got a Cyrex exercise 3 times. And we also have Cyrex exercise with Japan. So if we get together and make it trilateral, then it will contribute to make this kind of momentum to shape a trilateral security cooperation mechanism. Yeah, thank you.
All right, to Professor Wang, do you have any response?
Yes. Firstly, I think thanks Patricia's comment. I think are very informative. I think from Chinese side, how to say, the essence of this issue, South Korea and Japan, it also can be beneficial from regional cooperation, especially economic cooperation. Actually, we can say the biggest challenge for regional cooperation in Northeast Asia is U.S. alliance. Generally speaking, I think U.S. alliance in this region divided this region into 2 parts, U.S. alliance and non-U.S. alliance. So I think Japan and South Korea, you have to balance your relation with U.S. and with other countries in this region. The essence, just as I mentioned earlier, is regional cooperation. Yeah, can be. I mean, you also can be beneficial from this cooperation. I mean, as to Kim Han-Kun's question, I think it's maybe similar with just I mentioned earlier. From Chinese side, according to my understanding, we do not want you to choose sides between China and the U.S. As we can see, the most important issue is, I think we should enhance our cooperation from epidemic, from economic difficulties. I think all these elements require our 3 countries to enhance our cooperation. I also, I have to acknowledge, we have some problems, especially the harder issues, history issues, territory issues. I think we should put aside these disputes. We should find the practical measures to enhance our cooperation. I mean, in order to achieve, our common goals. Actually, I think currently we're also facing some opportunity. The opportunity is the situation in Korea Peninsula. As we know, since 2018, North Korea has shifted its strategic focus into economic development. Just like Kim Han-Kun said, in these 2 years, North Korea really, faced very, very difficult situation. But North Korea still, following this strategic focus, for economic development. So I think this is a very, very big opportunity for the countries in this region to enhance our cooperation. So, I would like to stop here. Firstly, thanks.
Okay, Professor Wang. And lastly, Professor Endo, I think you were asked many questions. So take your time.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thanks for the many questions and comments. And first of all, thank you very much, Dr. Patricia Kim, for enlightening me about the potential area of the multilateral cooperation. And then I don't disagree. I think there must be some scope for security cooperation in the maritime field, and it doesn't contradict my argument that the multilateral cooperation would proceed in the area where, or to the extent that the U.S. supports or not oppose. So if there is any, the scope for the Biden administration to support this maritime security cooperation, that would be welcome and fine. But I just wonder if this, the Indo-Pacific vision or strategy or whatever it is called, it was in some sense was a counter to the One Belt and One Road type of initiative by China. I think I just wonder if there would be a huge scope for maritime cooperation in that Indo-Pacific region. That's my just doubt. Now, about the Professor Kim Han-won and Professor Park's comments and questions on the various issues. But starting from the humanitarian aid to the DPRK, I have no reason to oppose it, provided that it wouldn't enrich the North Korean nomenclatura there, and provided that it wouldn't finance the extending the nuclear capabilities. I think there should be some transparencies in the sense that these humanitarian aids really reach those who are in the serious difficulties there. That would be the condition. Now, about the regional security, the possibility of this regional security community, this is a really broad question and then big. The first reaction is that politics is the art of the possible. So anything shouldn't be said impossible, right? But I just looking at the current situation and realities, if you will, I think the tide is against. And this is related to Professor Park's question. About the impossibility of dialogue, without the full, realization of the preconditions that I set. I am not arguing for that. What I was arguing was that dialogue is okay, and all the diplomats and civil societies do. I myself do with Chinese, Koreans and others. But what I was wondering was the term that you yourself use and then other previous speakers use, the regionalism and regionalist. And that implies, the certain degree of institutionalizations and mutually accepted standards and rules and durable order in this part of the world. Dialogue is okay. Is it going to be durable? Rule-based institutional, settlement would follow? That is the question that I was wondering. Now, the arms control is needed, seriously, badly needed. and we should aim for that through dialogue. But I just wonder if this sort of structural dialogue would be durable without any, some settlement or at least some understandings about the basic things. Like, okay, the Professor Kun Kao suggested about the maritime dialogue between China and Japan. And it seems that China is waiting for Japan to respond positively. But yes, this is a proposal of dialogue. And I'm in favor of that, certainly. But this dialogue, proposal for dialogue is accompanied by, the realities, if I may say myself, the reality that the, accumulated time of Chinese public vessels staying in the Senkaku territorial water has reached the longest in history after the, in the past 10 or 12 years. Now, on the one hand, dialogue is proposed. On the other hand, mutual understanding is breached. This is more or less the same structure. Yes, okay, epidemic, the cooperation about COVID-19. Dialogue, fine. But at the same time, the important sources of information is being concealed, denied access to the, the basic informations about the origin of the, COVID-19 and so on. I mean, okay, dialogue is fine, always fine. But, is it going to be durable? We have to face this side of reality too. Now, just let me add one more thing. The Professor Park proposed the 3 countries multilateralism. Yes, it all looks fine. Northeast Asian conception is, looks all, natural, perhaps in the Korean Peninsula. But I just heard, for instance, when I myself proposed this term for a conference in Japan with my friends from Taiwan, he said that, oh, that term, sounds like denying our access to that, regional order. The Northeast Asia, this term is a political choice, if not ideological choice. This is perhaps the Korean predisposition, for the choice of this part of this region. There are many number of other competing regional conceptions. And one of the speakers from Korea, I think the Professor, I forgot the name. In the first session, Korean speaker has listed so many conceptions. I think we're living in that sort of, many number of circles of regional conceptions. And if we are going to privilege these 3 countries, Northeast Asian, particular cooperation, we have to think about that sort of set of principles that I have been, suggesting. Otherwise, if those principles are not met, Japan or others are free to forum shop, other conceptions of regional cooperations, and in that sense, the U.S. Support or acquiescence would be quite an important factor. Thank you.
Professor Ando, can I ask you a question?
Oh.
You're expert in European politics, especially the history of European cooperation and integration. And you also mentioned in the case of CSCE, it would be applicable to the Northeast Asian case. Can I, my question is that in the case of a CSCE, how long does it take? How many years after the Helsinki Declaration to have the first ministerial level of what do they call it? Ministerial council in a CSCE? My guess is it took roughly 10 years, right? Roughly 10 years. From the Helsinki Declaration to the first Minister Council of the CSSC, how many years did they take?
I don't have the exact year number here, but the CSE was established in after the 1975 Helsinki Declaration. That process was preceded by the Mr. Brandt's efforts dating back to the 1966 when he joined the Grand Coalition in West Germany. That means that it took 10 years even to have that declaration. And then 1975 declaration was followed by the 1979 Afghanistan invasion, which interrupted seriously the wider European cooperation. And then only with the Gorbachev arrival in 1985 and serious efforts began in 1987, that CSE ideas were somewhat revived. And then when the Cold War ended in 1989, the CSE process was to become central in the smoothing the fears on the part of the Soviet Union, in dismantling the Warsaw Pact and the annexation, de facto annexation of East Germany. So NATO remained, but they wouldn't be seen as hostile. So CSE was to be seen as central in alleviating the fears on the part of the East. So it took, I think I would say, nearly 15 years to be fully realized, to be,
So you mentioned that the dialogue is good, but in the next step, it is a little bit, it sounds like a skeptical. But let's look at the bright side, that the dialogue is good. You mentioned, I think that is good, because continuation of the dialogue, we call it the basic principle of the multilateral security cooperation in any region, in terms of theory, in terms of practice. Habituation of a dialogue is the very initial stage to make a trust, trust building measures. So dialogue is good. Then we can, if we can continue the dialogue, any types of dialogue, maybe we could, as you mentioned, that principle. The regional powers can agree to what kind of principle to be applied to this region in order to eventually to make regional, cooperative arrangement or even, framework in the future. So, I just this is my comment and my question. Patricia, I'm sorry to ask you because you stay up very late early in the morning. How do you suggest Northeast Asian powers, countries, in Korea, Japan, and China, that what kind of issues can we agree? If you, just like you said that counterterrorism is questionable because it is not easy to agree. The definition of the terrorism or anti-terrorism. How do you suggest that what would be regional issues that easily in the initial stage of the multilateral or the trilateral cooperation? What would you suggest?
Thank you, Professor Kim. Well, I don't know if there are any easy issues, to be honest, and I think this gets a bit to Dr. Endo's comment as well about, is maritime security cooperation possible? And I want to clarify and make clear that I wasn't suggesting that maritime security cooperation is easy in the Indo-Pacific. And as I said in my remarks, it's actually in areas further afield, I think, like the Horn of Africa, Gulf of Aden, where all of the states, Japan, South Korea, China, the US, have interests in free and open sea lanes and can work together perhaps to do counter-piracy and so on. I think those are promising areas to explore. And also in terms of, and as I said, I think economic cooperation is perhaps an area in the Indo-Pacific where there could be some cooperation, and I think the US could be supportive, given, again, I think the US would want South Korea and Japan to play a constructive role in shaping China's choices. I wanted to also get briefly to Dr. Wang's last comment, and he made the point that that perhaps the three states and the US and China should try to set aside their disputes to focus on common goals. And I think this is a theme that we hear over and over from Chinese leaders and a message that they send often to the US. So I think the exact line is, we want no conflict, no confrontation, mutual respect, and win-win cooperation, and not focusing on disputes. And I think, given the fact that US-China competition is here to stay, this is not a very realistic proposal to say we only want cooperation and no competition. I think a more realistic one is for the United States and its allies and China to be competing in some areas where their interests fundamentally diverge. And I would say this is areas like the maritime space, especially closer to home, where there are territorial disputes. They need to be negotiating in areas like arms control, where there are a mix of conflicting and converging interests. And obviously, there are areas where there are clear mutual interests where they can work together, and hopefully we can see more of this in public health and so on. So I think the task for China, Korea, Japan, as well as the US, is not to figure out how to set aside these disputes and find easy ways to cooperate, but actually to create a framework so that all of these things could be happening simultaneously: competition, negotiation, and cooperation. I think that is a more sustainable way forward.
Thank you. Again, Patricia, let me ask you one more question. You mentioned, and we all are informed that the Biden administration and the basic principle of the new Biden administration's foreign policy would be multilateral cooperation and importance of the value of the democracy and alliance, right? In Northeast Asia, we've been discussing not a wholly new types of a security arrangement, but in this region, that since during the last 50 or more years, in this region, the basic structure of the security mechanism, in terms of a security mechanism, we are familiar with the so-called bilateral alliance. But we've been discussing the possibility of multilateral security cooperation or multilateral form of the security arrangement. So many people in South Korea are wondering that bilateral form of security and multilateral form of security arrangement, it could be combined, or we can practice in parallel. What do you think? And what would be, Washington's response to this kind of new types of multilateral security cooperation in Northeast Asia?
Well, I think the devil is in the details. And again, as I stressed in my remarks, as long as there is intimate consultation and coordination between the United States and its allies, South Korea and Japan, I don't necessarily know if leaders in Washington would be opposed on principle to multilateral mechanisms that are created in Northeast Asia. But I would note that, you know, the United States is also a big player in Northeast Asia, and there are certainly issues that the United States has great interest in, or most issues the United States has great interest in. And I think arms control came up as one area that might be discussed in a multilateral framework. I mean, I don't think it would make sense to have those kinds of dialogues without the United States represented in some fashion at the table. So that's what I would note.
Okay, thank you. Professor Wang, let me deliver the question from the floor. If I understand correctly, you know, there was one expert in South Korea. He suggested, you know, to question to you in advance. He's stressing, you know, he's emphasizing the importance of a mutual trust in you know, Northeast Asian regional players. But in as long as Northeast Asian countries, including China, we are familiar with the so-called unit-centric perspective. Unit-centric perspective, like national security, you know, the national defense. So we are familiar with the, I mean, you know, since the end of World War II in this region, you know, this is very much natural word, natural concept to us. Not even to China, but to Japan and you know, Korea too. So this kind of a unit-centric perspective, can we you know, promote that the regional cooperation, even though we are familiar with the, you know, nationalism, you know, national security, or you know, national development. How would you respond to that?
Okay, Professor.
No, this is, you know, this is not easy question. I mean, you know, this is a question that we should think about it together. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Also, yeah, Patricia's question. I think, yeah, just like I mentioned earlier, for Chinese, we also acknowledge we have many disputes. Yeah, even among our regional countries, China, Japan, and South Korea. Yeah, such as military issues, territorial issues, even human rights disputes, even culture differences. But I think we cannot resolve this dispute currently, even 5 years, 10 years, even one generation. Then we should think about how can we do now. Yeah, we know currently many difficulties, many problems we are facing, such as pandemic, economic, and so many questions. Yeah, transnational. So I think we have no choice, but to cooperate. I think this is one element I want to enhance. Another one is, just like I mentioned earlier, in the past, we wanted to cooperate, but Korea Peninsula situation, especially security issues, do not allow us to cooperate. Especially, North Korea just follow nuclear rights. But since 2018, I think North Korea also gave us very good opportunity. North Korea, South Korea relations, easy, China, North Korea relations, and even North Korea and the US, the relation, easy. The situation easy. So I want to emphasize the second point is we are facing very good opportunity. If we cannot seize this opportunity, maybe quarrel, dispute, I think we cannot do anything. I also acknowledge, I know the relation between China and the US, very competitive. I think for many Chinese experts, for Chinese scholars, we know this reality. From Chinese side, I think for South Korea, you know very clear. Chinese make very hard working very hard to cooperate with US. We think for any kind of regional cooperation in Northeast Asia, in East Asia, we should have some degree of cooperation, between China and the US. If the relation between China and US very, very competitive, we have no any cooperation, I think it's unrealistic for regional cooperation in Northeast Asia. So I think from Chinese side, dispute, is reality. But I think we also should think about, as neighbors, China, Japan, and South Korea, in the current situation, how can we face these problems? How can we win the pandemic through our cooperation? I think this is a very, very important topic, not only for our three countries, but also for the whole region, because our three countries are very, very important three countries. That's all.
My observation of this age, well, in fact, that Minister Wang Yi from China visited Seoul last week, and we had unofficial meeting. Then participants from Korean side as well as China side, we all agree that we are living in a day that international leadership is important. Maybe this is one lesson from the 4 years of Trump administration in the United States, that the leadership, not only in the domestic politics, but in international politics, leadership is very much important, elements. But what types of leadership do we search for? That was the topic that we've been discussing with Minister Wang, and we all agree that maybe new types of international leadership would be not in the types of coercive measures or dictators, but in consensus building is very much important part of the international leadership. So maybe that is also true in the regional level, in the Northeast Asian regional level. We have 7 minutes to go. Let me ask you a very short question to Professor Park. You suggested that NEADD, is that right? NEADD? Yeah, sorry, that I forgot. Yeah. Northeast Asian Defense Dialogue.
Yeah.
It sounds wonderful. But do you have any specific reason to use the term defense dialogue rather than security dialogue?
Yes. Actually, first of all, this session was organized to talk about military cooperation rather than security cooperation, and that's the first reason. But more fundamentally, when we think about security cooperation, state-to-state relations, as Professor Endo mentioned, there's a lot of preconditions, human rights issues, and other political, historical issues, and sort of things. But if we think about the military-to-military relations, of course, it is heavily dependent on political relations and diplomatic relations also. But if we purely think about military relations, we can alienate all the steps, some normative, ideological, and other issues. And what I want to talk about is not traditional security issue, but the non-traditional or transnational security issue that all countries can get concerned together. So there's a clear advantage to promote cooperation among states from starting from the military level, especially the low level to a higher level, the J5, the director level, maybe to start general dialogue, and they can organize some kind of exercise, and then they can, improve that kind of agreement into action. It can improve their military-to-military relations, which will ultimately contribute to the state-to-state relations. That's the basic reason why don't we start more easier and lower level of cooperation first. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen and lady. As we've been discussing the very important part of regional cooperation and peace in Northeast Asia. In our session, that the initial confidence building measures among Korea, Japan, and China. So before finishing our session, that I'd like to make some very brief comment that sometimes we compare what has been happening in Europe since the end of World War II and what has been happening in Northeast Asia since the end of the Pacific War. It may be, sketch observation of the two different regions. Maybe two different regions experience very much different track of the path. In Europe, they seem to have they seems to have achieved that kind of cooperation through the community building, economic community and community building, and political integration. That was what European has done. But in Northeast Asia, where we are living, still we are. Maybe we can describe in this region in this way. In Northeast Asia, we are suffering from sustained insecurity in this region. Many reasons, for many reasons. Maybe one of the reasons is, as I mentioned, that the unit-centric perspective. Unit-centric perspective is the all-dominant concept of how, by which we can describe the international politics. National defense, national security. And also, the vortex of the militant nationalism is one of the reasons in this region why we have failed to achieve the European dawn, has done a long time ago. Another thing is a historical memory. Historical legacy or historical memory of confrontation, still it is very much important issues in this region. That means that we have not experienced a sufficient degree of reconciliation in this region. And regionalism without regionalization is another aspect of how to describe the Northeast Asia. So, but we cannot stop. We have to continue our work to make this region more stable, more prosperous. So maybe this is the very first and very initial stage of designing and searching for the practice of the regional cooperation and peace. So thank you very much for your participation. We've been doing 2 hours of discussion, wonderful presentation and wonderful discussion. I'd like to express my especially deepest gratitude to Patricia. You were you're sitting very late in Washington. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much to our moderator, as well as all of our speakers and panelists. That was a very fruitful session. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have spent a couple of hours today over 2 sessions discussing peace and cooperation in Northeast Asia. And it's all in a bid to foster a new vision for confidence building in the region. Well, I hope that all of our participants and audiences have found it meaningful and also fruitful. So thank you once again for your participation. And also, we would like to ask for your continued interest in the KNDA as well as our conferences. For those of you who would like to revisit some of the discussions and presentations, we would like to inform you that the knda.go.kr website is available, as well as the KNDA Live YouTube channel as well. With this, I'd like to conclude the 2020 Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum. Thank you once again, and please enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.